play a game.
Hello. So, a few things. First up, 8,000 subscribers. I'm actually seriously impressed with that. A lot of them have come from a single short, which is just bizarre. We're in an old Bakerloo thingy, if I can remember how to drive it, and this is what we're starting in today, and then it's going to be viewers chat, viewers selection, so you guys will choose the route, and then I will pick a service. Does this thing... Oh, hang on. I haven't started the software, that's why. I've got to start the TSW. Does it work? That's the question, because I've got it set up for the other one, funnily enough. Yes, the other one. What other one do you say? What other one? Okay. Right, that's working. That's working, okay. Right. Right. Okay, good. Now, headlights. Headlights. Headlight on, apparently. Destination cabinet. That should already be set, I think, because this is a service. Bakerloo line special. Oh, that'll do fine. That'll do fine. Okay, so... brakes off. What does that lever do? Nothing. Good. And power? Ah. And we have a signal, and we're going into 2 road. Very good. Okay. Is that too loud for you guys? It's too loud for me. I'm going to turn it down for me. Let me know if it's too loud for you. I think we're already speeding. Look at that. Beautiful. We'll spad next. So we're in the delightful old... Well, that worked. We're in the delightful old red thing. But I actually really like this train. Because it's an old growly monster. And I like old growly monsters. They're like me. Hello, Richie Rails, Benjamin's brain in a jar, Joshua, or should I say cucumbers, Visual Aspect Gaming, Dave Randall, Lord Vectron 4, Michael Newberry, Rails from Illinois, Right Away Productions. Oh, who else have we got today? I think that's it. I think that's everybody. Now, you've probably seen the pinned message. You can do dad jokes again if you want to. Bad Guy 89, hello. You can do dad jokes, that's fine. I'm still a family-friendly stream, but probably slightly less than Richie, so slightly more risque dad jokes are okay. Probably not as risque as the one I sent Risky and Richie in TM, though. And Kensal Green, next stop. Brakes off. Off we go. Alright. Okay, there it is, peeking out from behind the wall. It's actually not a bad kangaroo. Oh, what? Oh, that's Richie's fault. That's totally Richie's fault. Totally Richie's fault, definitely. I'll pay attention this time. Honest. Honest. Oh, hang on, we can't do that yet. Because we haven't done that. And then we have to do... No, that. Right, open the window. Open the window is very important. And headlights. Right. Brakes off. Off we go, full speed. Right, okay. I am going to buy... And I want to be really clear that this is coming out of my money. This is not some freebie I've gotten from Dovetail or anybody else. Oh, and I'm using the TSCX controller again today, as you may have noticed. And it does work with TSW6, I can tell you that now. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm going to buy someone today Train Sim World 6 Deluxe Edition. And this is a gift in celebration of reaching 8,000 subscribers, so it's a way of giving something back to the community. So anybody who is active in chat today will be a, what's the best way to put it? A candidate. There you go, a candidate. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to pick someone yet. I'll work that out later, but at about 10:30 I will pick someone. 10:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. Right. Let's do this properly this time. I wish we could set the DRA, but we don't have one. Andy says I might need to change ends. Ooh, that's a good call, Andy. I think you're probably right there. I think you could be right. Let's pop out. Oh, let's go down the... Okay. Wah! Wah! I'm stuck in this... How did that happen? Oh, we've still got it red at this end too. Where are we going on this service? Kensal Green, which is behind us, isn't it? That is behind us. Let's see what this signal does. If this signal changes, we'll run at the other end. Yep. Very, very smart. Alright. Now I've got to remember how to change ends. God. Take it out. Brakes have to be off. Headlights off. That's going to roll, isn't it? It is rolling. No, brakes on. Alright, let's put brakes... Actually, let's put brakes in shutdown. Is there a shutdown thing? Ah, we'll just leave it in that. If we flick back here and do it, we will. Alright, close window. I don't pretend to know how to actually drive these trains. Now, tail lights. No, tail lights are over here, aren't they? No, not on this one. Maybe it's already got tail lights. Couple, aux trip, instrument light off. Door cut out. I don't see anything for tail lights. Yeah, we'll just take them as red. It'll be fine. What could go wrong? Let's have a look. Have we got tail lights? No. Alright. So run at the other end. Whee! Hello, Hannah. Hello, Transport East Anglia. Right Away Productions. Hello, Amy. If you already have it, you can always refund whatever you bought. So that doesn't close the door, does it? Okay. Must have been a boy in here last. The seat's up. I did that thing, didn't I? Yep, good. Okay, headlights. Reverser. Now, first up, brakes off, will it move? Yes, it will. Okay. Now, let's try and sort out tail lights, shall we? Do we have tail lights now? We do! Look at that! Lovely. Okay, off we go then. $10-mile-an-hour limit, so we'll stick with shunting for the moment. We'll just roll through the shed. We'll give them a quick peep to let them know we're coming into the shed again. Transport East Anglia, hello. I've piqued the interest of a humble student, says Right Away Productions. I am late, Rails, that's normal. Vital Aspect Gaming says, I was wondering, can you return the standard for deluxe on Steam? Well, I suppose you could refund the standard because you don't have it yet, so couldn't you refund it? I would have thought. Because the refund mechanism on Steam requires you to have not played it for 2 hours, and you wouldn't have played it for 2 hours yet. Let me try and catch up with some other chat. Yes, it's Richie's fault. Benjamin says, don't spad too late. That was risky, says. Yeah. It was a good joke, though, Richie. You got to admit that. It was an excellent joke. Benjamin says, on Xbox, you accelerate, the power handle goes in the wrong direction and glitches through the window. Well, that doesn't surprise me. What train, though? Vital Aspect Gaming says, enjoy your channel, sir. I've learned a lot with Rail Driver thanks to you. I am excited for CSW6. Your copy is pre-ordered. You can carry on the jokes from Richie's stream, cucumbers. Go for your life. All right. Now, you guys need to start thinking about what the next chat is. And it's about just a little bit under 2 hours away. I will be choosing someone from the chat. And like I said, I don't quite know how I'm going to choose yet. Volvo B10M says, you gotta love that clattering sound of old DC units. Yes, I like them. Dave says, I don't think you can refund on Xbox. I don't know, actually. I really don't know. I don't know how that works. I've never tried. Now, I do know that in the state of Victoria, they got pummeled. So, yes, you can refund on Xbox here, because you have to. Everybody has to allow refunds in the state of Victoria. They don't have to allow it for change of mind, but they have to allow it if there's defect or you've not used it. Choo-choo on the train, hello to you. Hannah Scott says it's okay being late, the timetable is only a guideline. That is correct. The timetable is just a list of stations to visit. That's all it is. Kensal Green, next stop. The doors will be opening on the left. Please mind the gap between your expectations and reality. And this thing's brakes are very weak. But they're going to do the job. In fact, they're going to do the job quite nicely. Look at that. Alright then. Is our little red rattler? Did the UK people call them red rattlers? We would have called this a red rattler for sure. We also called red rattlers dog boxes, but that's okay. There are others from the UK here, Joshua. There's quite a few, actually, looking at the names. Bad Guy says, I thought an update for you, Paul. My grandmother and I got her home just shortly after Labor Day weekend. It's good to have her home. However, dementia has been acting up. We deal with it. That's a very difficult thing. Look at these people stuck on my face. Well, there's a view. Right. That's one way to start the day. Okay. Off we go. Maybe. Maybe. If I release the brakes, it might help. And then do that again. There we go. And that signal is green. I'm glad she's home, Bad Guy. It is a very, very, very difficult thing to deal with, dementia, so steel yourself for a long and rocky road. Sometimes I am thankful that my mother is just crazy. At least she hasn't got dementia. Volvo is in the UK, Amy's in the UK, Sam's Train says some of us are US from the UK but in Australia. Well, that's confusing. I was in the UK recently and I've lived in the US, so there you go. Not that I'd live in the US right now. It's a scary little place at the moment. I have friends who live in the US who have literally gone into hiding. They are there legally, but they are so concerned about changes to birthright rules that they are hiding. They are not telling anyone where they are. Next stop is Willesden Junction. Now, nice old rattler. I had a good look at this thing when I was in the museum. It's actually a thing like a telephone. It's for yelling at the guard. Williston Junction. The doors will open on the right. Please don't be surprised. I was expecting the other platform. Spad incoming. I'll try not to. Righto, doors open. Michael says at least one from Canada. Indeed. Dementia's very forgettable. Well, someone had to say it. Dave said, I'm normally UK, but across the pond. Ah. So you're in the US of A at the moment. I assume you mean that pond. We call the Pacific Ocean the pond, because we're weird. Aussies are weird. Let's just get that out there. Bad Guy says, yeah, it's definitely tough ball. Sometimes she'll see stuff that aren't even there, or she'll somehow have in her mind that there's two of me running around. It's quite the interesting phenomenon. Yes. Next stop, Harlesden, which is like Harley Quinn, but not as cute and not as dangerous. Joshua says, to catch you up, the 3 interviews I had went well, and I've got one on Monday too. Fantastic. So is that 3 interviews for the same job? Or is that 3 interviews for different jobs? Volvo said, when did that relay click as you passed the signals come in? I noticed that recently. Are you hearing this noise? That's the brakes. Next stop is Harlesden. The doors will open on the left. And the staircase is floating. Please take care when using the floating staircase. I've never noticed that before. All these years I've had this route and I've never noticed that that staircase was floating before. Actually, I have to confess, I don't know if this is running in the West Coast Main Line Bakerloo or if this is running in Bakerloo. I haven't seen any other trains, so I'm guessing it's Bakerloo. Right. Open the doors. Hello, Florian. You're a German who grew up in Australia. 1938 Stockholm Bakerloo. Yes, it is. Richie says, I'm still here, just playing some Married Among Us. Excellent. Yes, for those who don't know, Richie got married a little while ago, so congratulations to Richie. I have been playing that particular game now for 34 years. We're coming up on our 34th anniversary. We've known each other 38 maybe? 39? It could be 39 years. So it's been an innings. We've had our moments, but we are still very much in love with each other. And I don't just say that because she might be listening in the chat, because she does sometimes. We were having fun yesterday, working on our kitchen, which is something that we both find remarkably frustrating, but it's also fun. Stonebridge Park is the next stop. You guys need to start thinking about what is the next route. It's hard to see the speedo up in the top left-hand corner up there, because it's got a HUD on top of it. The next stop is Stonebridge Park, where you can buy 17 different kinds of weed. Not my fault, it just smelt that way when I came through. I felt it should have been called Stoner Bridge, really, judging by the smell. Look at that, there's only one of these 1938 trains, and here comes another one. Love it. And a lady doing the moonwalk. Very good. I do love the qualities of this game sometimes. Right. Doors unlocked. Bad guy says, it's not only Aussies that call it the pond, Canadians call it Pacific Ocean the pond as well, and we say across the pond we refer to somewhere in Europe or Australia or wherever. Fair enough. Lock the doors. Dave is waiting for a connecting flight in Pittsburgh. Very good. Interesting place, Pittsburgh, actually. It's quite a cool city. It's got some very strong history. Off we go. Hannah says it's the original Bakerloo, as the Pringles ads are everywhere. Yeah, I think you're right, because I haven't seen any other trains either. Sam's Train says, really, Aussies are strange, have never felt more at home than in Australia. We are strange, very. Very. 3 interviews for different jobs. I'm glad you're getting lots of interviews, Joshua. I hope one of them comes up for you. That would be excellent. Richie says it's the original Bakerloo because the lighting is old. Bad guy says, does it even layer into West Coast Mainliner? That's actually a good question. The silver one does. I'm not sure about the red one. But I think the silver one layers in because it's subs for the other ones. Oh, there's that reflective effect we all love. Volvo says there's another click when you pass by some signals that's changed back to red. It sounds like a relay. It's possible. I haven't actually noticed it, but I'll try and keep my ears open for it now that you've said it. Next stop is Wembley Central. Right away says relationship goals. My God. Blast Pop says coming up in 30 years. Well done. It's no mean feat. Sam's Train says, congrats Richie, you just increased your statistical likelihood of a divorce. And Richie says, God help Shan having to deal with you for 34 years. Well, especially your jokes. Excuse me blinking a lot. There's, I think there's something on my left eyelash. It feels weird. Wembley Central, folks. The doors will open on the left. Don't forget, if you're going to play tennis at Wembley, to make a lot of racket and play with your balls. Potential sped in 5, 4, 3, 2. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. What could go wrong? EP Max, that was a big jump. Loading up. Florian says, true Hannah, I don't think this train works on West Coast Mainline South. Not tried though. It probably would if you spawned it. Joshua says, I've got a suggestion. Frankfurt S-Bahn DB430 on an S9 run. Well, there you go. Let me write that down. Here's the list of tutorials I have to make for Transim World 6 over the next couple of days. So, Frankfurt 430 on an S9 run. Okay, that'll be our first viewer's choice one. And let's lock the doors and get out of here. Brakes off. Off we go. The signal is green. I did actually check it this time. Didn't hear any click as we passed that signal. Full bananas. Florian says stoned bridge. Yes. Florian says going to do it in free roam. Richie thanks Sam. Lord says Vorarlberg in a Vectron. that'll be the second one then. We're going to do a lot of Germans today, aren't we? Yeah, I know tennis is Wimbledon, but there's a stadium at Wembley too. And there's tennis courts at Wembley right near the station. Ask me how I know. We're walking. Richie Rail says, don't forget the farts as well. That's true. Very true. Bobo says the other one is a ghost. Richie says, you can't say that. You're a shill. That's true. I am a shill. Sorry. Yes, I can't say bad things about the game. I'm not allowed to. Honest. I can't even talk about the shitty bits. I can only talk about the really cool bits. This is not true, of course. Alligator skin bag. Very politically incorrect. Alright, doors open on the left, North Wembley. And Richie, you know, just thinking back on your farts, can we make sure that everybody in the car has scuba gear next time you're going to drop one, please? That's something only me and Mr. Nee would understand. When does the embargo lift for you? In the very same hour that you can download it. So it won't be the day before, it's actually the exact same time that early access starts. So depending on the platform, the ambassadors have a couple of hours jump on people while they download stuff. In fact, you can download it while you're watching us stream. Not that I think I'll be streaming it at 4:30 in the morning when it comes up for me. But you never know. Next stop is South Cunton. The doors will open on the right. Please be careful in South Cunton because some of the people are right shunts, said Thomas. Thomas, who of course has a terrible stutter. And he has a lot of trouble when he's addressing the fat cunt, the fat cunt, the fat controller. Right then. That's enough of that joke. Hello, Southwestern. I am okay. Lord Vectron says a lot of German requests because we're psychopaths and want to see you try PZB. Of course you are. Could be worse. I could try ATB in the Dutch thing. I saw Richie struggling with that earlier. Away we go. To the other canton. Good. HST on GWE. There's number 3. Probably won't take too many more requests, but we should get an American one in, I guess, if some. So pick an American route. There we go. We've got an American route. I've just spotted one. MBTA Providence 819. And that is HSP 46. That'll probably take us to the end of the stream, I think. So, there we go. We've got one from each of the core countries. Next stop is Kenton. Oh, I said that the right way. That was annoying. Fierce is doing some old Bakerloo action. Peter's North Wembley Station, not the best one when going to the stadium. Yes, I agree. It's better than Kenton, though. We have a yellow coming up. Bad guy says, I come back from doing something. All I hear is Paul talking about, don't forget the farts. Ah, yes, who could forget a Richie fart? If you're ever in a car with Richie Rail, Make sure the window's open is all I can really say to you. Next up is Kenton. The doors will open on the left. Southwestern laughs, of course. Richie says, I'll be sure to provide hazmat suits next year. Next year, Richie, we should do something with the ladies, since mine will be with us. Can't have lunch or something. Or a dinner or whatever. Sure we can figure something out between us. Or maybe we let them figure it out, because that's what you should do. And we just go along. That'll work. Robert says, greetings from sunny Sydney in Australia. Fantastic spring morning. Would love to see Spirit of Steam. Oh. You know what? I said I had enough, but I'm going to take Spirit of Steam as well. Well, we'll do Steam. I'm not sure if we'll do Spirit of Steam. We'll definitely do Steam. The reason I say maybe that is maybe a little Peak Forest action. What do you think of that, Robert? Do you prefer Spirit of Steam or a little bit of Peak Forest? You can choose. You let me know in the chat which one you would prefer. That's for Robert. Volvo says, speaking of farts, whatever happened to that 104 that was talked about ages ago? This is also wild. This is the one based at Buri. The 104 is shelved, I believe. I think that's about all I can say publicly on it, but it's not coming. Not in any time in the near future. I don't believe it's actually cancelled, Southwestern. I believe it's shelved. It's because the people who are making it are very busy on some other stuff. They have basically, I think I can publicly say that they've essentially discovered the best way to make money on games is to work for other people. I think that's the best way. I think I can say that. I think this is our last stop, isn't it? It is. And then we're going into the centre siding. I tried to ride into the centre siding at Harrow Wheelstone. I just sat in the train. But they came and told me off. I tried. I definitely tried. I want Robert to decide whether it's Spirit of Steam or Peak Forest, because it was his request. Ladies and gentlemen, Harrow and Wheelstone is our last stop. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Please take your belongings, children's, pets, and monkeys with you. We will be going into the siding, so if you need a place to have a quick sleep, you can stay on the train. Homeless welcome. We will keep the heating on for you, because this is the Bakerloo, which is only the hottest train on the Earth, with the potential exception of the 7 line in New York City. That one could actually be hotter than the Bakerloo. One of my trips on the Bakerloo, my GoPro camera actually shut down because it was too hot. That's how hot it was on the train. Well, we are getting a Boston route. I think some of the stuff is scrolling off, so I better catch up. Amy says 104 was dropped off the roadmap, but not cancelled. I think that's correct. Southwestern says, what was your favourite thing other than the trains about the UK? Let me think about that. Dave says the South on Boston, but I think we're full up now. Rail says Toronto commuter on Oakville. Volvo, I'd have to have the mod installed for that, and I don't have it at the moment. Volvo says, I was looking forward to that. Lot said it would just sound like the 101 as they have 680s, but the 104... They are actually quite different, the 101 and the 104. We have a shunting light. So let's roll. And I do mean roll, because we're going into a siding. Southwestern was quite excited for it to add a decent variety in new timetable to peak, but hopefully someone might do something with it in the existing model. Fierce says the only problem with the Bakerloo and TSW is during the day the service is running and isn't suspended all the time. It's so unrealistic. Yeah, look, I actually had one suspension issue with Bakerloo, and that was the year before last when I was there, but last year was fine, or this year rather was fine. Lots of people are saying Peak Forest, but I'm still waiting on Robert to say what he'd like because it was his suggestion. The Aussie SCR player, hello. Leon Parsons, hello. Southwestern, business making a scenario for some other devs DLCs, I think. Yes, it's not one person, Southwestern, it's several people. It's a little studio, and I do mean a little studio. Southwestern says I believe Shap was one of them, I don't know. I'm fine, Leon, hopefully you're as well. Robert says Peak Forest is probably a better choice. Yes, so we'll go with a bit of Peak. Do you have a preference for which engine, Robert? I think they're all on Peak. Except Scotty. I don't think Scotty's on Peak. But we could always put Scotty on Peak. It's not as though we're stuck with realism or anything. So we probably won't take any more requests because we'll run out of time. Oh, and you obviously have to be very close for this one. Alright, that should be close enough. Maybe not. Is that close enough? Well, that's close enough. You know, I have to know just how close were we then? Let's just... Oh, I'm curious. Were we really close? Ah, not too bad. Nah, we would have survived that. That would have been fine. All right, let's get out of there. Let's get into the next one then. Let me just catch up with the chat. Rail says, I want to see Go Transit action in real life. Said 2 cab cars are Tanko for low base. Well, you like horns, clearly. Spirit of Steam is getting a new version of it from JT. Are we? Really? Oh, a new version. Yeah, going to crew. Yeah, okay. All right, what are we doing? We're doing Frankfurt with a 430. Do I have Frankfurt installed? So you guys might be in for a treat too, because I did see something pop up earlier that probably shouldn't be there. 430.1, that's what we want, and we want an S9 run. S9. Are they all at night? Surely not. We want something that's daylight time. Oh, I've done a few of these, look at that. There you go, how about Wiesbaden Hochbahnhof to Hanau Hochbahnhof? Does that sound alright? That sounds alright, doesn't it? Let's do that. Wiesbaden. So that's most of the route. That'll be okay. Let's leave dynamic weather on. Let's be brave. What could go wrong? Bad Guy says, essentially, it'd be a support studio. Yeah, that's kind of it. Richie says, would make sense. Fierce says, if you stay on after last stop, you will cause problems for us drivers or station staff. Us need a meeting with their manager to find out how that happened. Yes, that would happen. I would say that on our Heritage Railway, we've carried people into the yard once, but I wouldn't say that because I don't know if it got reported or not. Right, 4:30. Yeah, no, that's not. No, not that one. That one. That's the one we want. Can I just turn that off to put a key in? I think I have to get my key out of there because I need to put it in there. Right. Isn't that funny? You can only have it in one or the other. Right. Okay. Reverse the forwards. Unlock the doors. Doors are on the right. I should be able to do that now. Good. All right. What else do we have to do in this? Passenger lights on. They might like some lights. Cab light, I don't care. Headlights. We want... Do we want high beams? No. Must be marker lights that it's on, because you wouldn't leave it on high beam, surely. Oh, and we need to go and turn on Buzz, don't we? How do we turn on buzz in this thing? Must be switches somewhere. Is this one of those weird ones when they're in the passenger compartment? Or doesn't it have buzz? Or do you have to turn it on at the other end or something? So I didn't see any switches up here. Oh, there they are. Right. Righto. Switches. Buzz. Zephyr. That's everything, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's everything switched on. Watch me screw up, PZB. Woohoo. Wait till 6:11. Now, what do our headlights look like? Let's pop out and have a look. Is that me? No, that one's me. S9. Hanau Hop Bahnhof. We have no kilonewtons. Does that mean we don't have power? Oh, no, 15 kV, so we have power, which suggests that we have a pantograph up, which is good. Oops. No, just click outside the screen. There we go. Lock the doors. And we'll be totally un-German. And are we going to move? There it goes. Needs beans to release the brakes, clearly. Safe to release, apparently. Where are my buttons? Oh, what have I set up for this thing? PZB... Is that release? I think so. I couldn't remember which buttons I'd set up for what. I don't think I've been in one of these for a long time. That one. I was trying to remember which button it was. Be a little bit careful or PZB will bite me for going too fast. Choo Choo says don't include me because I've got it. Okay. Southwestern says I find the Bakerloo to be pretty bouncy. It is a bit. Ah! Ah! Well, that was weird. Alright. Stay on the train. Rails says my teacher told me I accidentally forgot to get off her train. Somehow she went into the yard when teacher's still on board. A conductor located her and booted her off. Yeah, that would happen. Vital Aspect says I work for Bay Area Rapid Transit. Ah, BART. I've worked with BART. Not in a train capacity, but putting ticket machines into place. Interesting world, BART. Ooh, this is a bit... I clearly haven't run this route for a while. See if it's going to be annoying trying to catch up with chat. Sorry for the jiggling around. I'm trying to get back to the chat. How do I go about asking developers to add the new Bombardier fleet and routes we have? I do believe that BART aren't that interested in licensing a game. So, plus the other challenge with BART is the drivers don't actually drive the trains. They're automated. So it wouldn't be a very exciting experience. Try and stay under control here. Next stop is Wiesbaden. I have enough runs to finish the stream, so I won't take any more runs, Rails. Welcome to Wiesbaden. The doors will open on the left. And I very clearly have not run Frankfurt for a long time because it's stuttery hell. Do you like that? I actually noticed that Sifa was there. Little overshoot. Right then, now let's catch up with the chat while we're sitting here. Hannah says, closest I got was falling asleep. This London night bus ended up being woke up at Stratford bus depot. I hope it was someone nice. Choo Choo says, don't include me in the draw. Okay. Robert says, Peak Forest. Dave Randall says, right flight is boarding. Okay. Enjoy your flight, Dave. Be safe. Rail says, Peninsula Corridor. Aussie says, technically a class 390 would be better doing the Queensland North Coast line. Perhaps. Lord Vectron says, with the 2 new crew routes, would JT and all aboard be sharing the files for crew? I don't know. You'd hope they'd share, but, you know. Southwestern says, what route are you most looking forward to for TSW6? Me, it's a toss-up between Riviera and Morristown, to be honest. For different reasons. Morristown because I really like a fast commuter, and that's exactly what Morristown is. And Riviera because I've always enjoyed it from TSC, so looking forward to it. I've had a brief play with both at the Dovetail thing, and I've got the game. I do actually have it. I'll be open with you and say I have it. I installed it yesterday. That's when I got it. It took me about 7 hours to download it. If you're in Australia, change your region to somewhere in America or the UK. It will download quicker on Steam. Because Australian Steam didn't like it for some reason. It was saying it was going to take 11 days to download, which is a bit crap. What's going on? Twice in a row I've noticed Sifa. What's going on? Gratuitous bridge shot. Gratuitous bridge shots when PZV's turned on. Bad idea. Hannah says, dynamic weather leads to rain sim world. It does a little bit. I have to say, I'm enjoying the mouthfeel of talking so much after having a tooth extracted on Thursday. Not. Was a good dentist though. I couldn't go until I had a bit of infection under control, but once I got it under control, it was all good. What am I slowing down so much for? I'm a donkey. Fierce says, but it's fogging up. Normally go into the camera mode, then back out and it clears. Yes, it does. Not on all routes though. That actually works on some routes. Oh, going too fast again. Alright, let's have a little bit of a slowdown here before we pass these. There we go. Got past the magnets. All good. All good. Which one is my PZB button? That one. The red one. Joshua says, I chose this route. It was one I properly learnt PZB on. Well, that's cool. Bad Guy says, wow, this is the first time I've played TSW in like 2.5 months. Ah. Well, each new version does tend to bring you back in, I suppose, because it brings back some excitement that might be missing. Because, I mean, it's a game. You get to a point that you probably don't want to play it anymore. That's not that unusual. And a new version will bring back a bit of that anticipation and interest and excitement. Mains Castell. The doors will open on the right. Is that like Faber-Castell? They make pencils here? Ziva. I can't believe this. There's even a good stop. What's going on? The Aussie SCR player right back getting food. Fair enough. Joshua says, well, we've done that one. Queensland are getting new trains by Alston. Are they? Joshua said this one's combined PBC, so only one lever. Yes. Volvo says, I kept having an issue with these. The emergency brake was applied. It would sometimes not release again. Don't know if it's been fixed or not. I don't think I've experienced that, but I certainly take your word for it. Because, you know, some things only happen because of how people play the game. So just because one person experiences something doesn't mean that other people will, and vice versa. But it is software, so I certainly accept that anything can happen. Loppycraft, hello. How are you? Rail says highball. Vital says nice manager for that department as well. Yes, it is indeed. I would imagine. Yes, full ATO work on those networks. It's actually quite a fascinating system at BART, Vital. It's been around since the 1960s. It has had upgrades, but largely hasn't really changed. I think one of the things that amused me working at BART, apart from it's managed by committee, was that a lot of the stuff in the station's actually powered by air, like the barriers and things. Southwestern, I feel like AT would be such a hassle to try and code. No, I don't think it would. Basically, everything's an AI train. So I don't think ATO would be that hard at all, really. We have the speed reduction coming up. I should probably do something about that. Richie Rail says BART trains yellow. No, they are blue and white or blue and silver. Aussie SCR player says you need train simulator driver ex-Laserjet. Well, you know, I do chat with Laserjet a bit, so you never know what might happen. He's a nice guy. And despite what he says, he's very clever. So, we're going to Mainz Biskopsheim, which I'm sure that's where we get some biscuits. So it'll be fine. That's a serious sun. Might need some sunglasses. Rail says train learn. Southwestern says maybe need to do the opposite then and change mine to Australia so it doesn't take 3 days to download. I don't know what was up with the Australian servers. They do that sometimes. I think Steam kind of shadow bans you occasionally and they won't talk to you. They think you download too much. Aussie says you're probably first to buy. Vital says most of the TSW fleet in real life are road manual driven. Yes, they are all manual driven. I don't think there's any automated trains in Train Sim World. Apart from the DLRs, the light railways. They're automatic, but no one actually drives those. Safe to release. I beg to differ based on this signal. I think I have to acknowledge this signal, so if I released it, it would give me an emergency brake. So I beg to differ, game. Because even though the game didn't tell me to, I think that signal needs to be acknowledged. The Aussie SCR player is tired. Michael says got to have a tooth extracted as well, but first get an infection cleared up too. Yeah, my infection was actually an ear infection. Now I believe safe to release, so I will. It's always fun trying to remember which buttons do what on this controller. As you can tell, I have very professional... Oh, you can't see it. I have this... I think I can get it closer. This is a dangerous thing to do when doing PZB and CIFA. I think you can just see... I'm just manipulating the little camera that looks at the controller. You can just see my really professional labels. Gratuitous print shot. With CIFA and PZB. So let's whack CIFA. And we, of course, have to do this. Actually, you know, that's a pretty good shot by itself. Not. Alright, focal point there, but we want the depth of field a bit lower, I think, because we want it to go fuzzy. We'll bring the focal point back. As people talk in the background here. Excellent. Alright, let's take a screenshot. I like that. Save and upload. That could be one of the last ones for Train Sim World 5. Isn't that weird? Let's whack sleep for a couple of times just to be safe. Let's pile on some juices. Ozzy says you've barely been up an hour. Look, I know that kind of day. It does happen. Pay attention to your body. If your body needs sleep and it's telling you need sleep, then sleep. Ziffer. Mainz Biscoffsheim. I would like a Biscoff with my coffee, please. They're a nice biscuit, the Biscoff. I am not sponsored by Biscoff, just saying. I just enjoy their products. Richie says, Riviera looks stunning. Morristown is a lot of fun, previous route. Leipzig is nice, but not my favourite. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. It looks really nice. I reckon I'll play it. But, it's not going to be my highest priority, that's for sure. I'm actually not sure which one I'll play more, Morristown or Riviera. Look how many yellow lights that's got. Could it have more yellow lights, do you reckon? Southwestern says the 802 sounds are amazing from the preview. Yes, Rails says NGL Metra in TSW would be legit. They can't get Metra licenses. Says he, almost forgetting to stop. Robert says would love to see... Just going to scroll that back up. Dangerous thing to do when stopping. Robert says would love to see a 4F on the back as a pusher. Okay. I think that would be fun. I have to go all the way up here, don't I? Otherwise my train will be across the points and the people won't be able to get out. I hadn't really thought about that. I'll go back and show you what I mean when I get to stop and get the doors open. I tend not to mess with German trains because, you know, they bite you. Right. As soon as we stop. Good. Get the doors open. So what I meant by that was, back up here there's a set of points, and we came in off these points. So if I'd stopped where I was going to stop, the back of the train would have still been about here. And those people would have had rather a large step to get to the platform. So that's why you have to go so far forwards. Okay. That's Biscuit Station finished. Off we go to Russelsheim Opelwerk, which I think is where they make cars, isn't it? Isn't that a car factory? I think it is. Surprised I don't have to acknowledge that one. So it's like, don't actually know German signalling, I just sort of think it's got a yellow light, you need to press the button. was having a really good discussion with someone about, whoops, just in time, the 114 and 143 about how one of the gauges is behaving. It's quite interesting. Aussie SCR says, flavour Castile pencils, yummy. You eat them, yes. Loppycraft. Flexen says, I've kept a copy of TSW5 on a separate hard drive. So like San Francisco route, we lost with its branding. Yep, I will probably do the same, to be honest. Vital says, yes, very old. Joshua says, tiredness is getting the better of me. Oh, no, no, no. I'm reading chat. No, no. Fine. Let's just catch up with the chat then, since we're stopped anyway. Good night, Joshua. Vital Aspect says most networks being upgraded going from copper to fibre. They are, but people still cut them up, unfortunately. New gates, we just put in air used as well. I mean, it works, so why not? Southwestern says tea and biscuits and spads and PZB. Hannah says good night to Joshua. Southwestern's favourite. Fia says they could in theory make it so you turn your train into a mode, then it becomes an AI train until you change the mode. Could do that. Aussie SCR says, why do saladas never break properly? We need to squeeze Vegemite through them. Richie says, can we get Paul to 10k before the end of the year? That would be cool. Thank you. The Aussie says, give rain. Southwestern says, it doesn't feel like a year already. Yeah, it does. Lord Vectron says, my body is telling me to cut off all my limbs with rheumatoid arthritis. All right, let's drive then. We'll have to stay under 45. That's not good. Don't cut your limbs off, Lord Vectron. That would not be good. No, don't listen to your body for that one, mate. You might be out of coffee there, Aussie SCR. Oh, no. Excuse me keeping an eye on my speed. Because I've got to stay under 45 for a little while. The Aussie says more yellow. Hannah says my work used to sell a Biscoff cheesecake. I hate cheesecake, but Biscoff's nice. Fierce says I just realised Paul is at 10k. No, I'm not. I'm at 8k. 8k. I'm not at 10. Definitely not. I don't think. Did that happen in like 5 minutes? I've got one short going completely nutty. And YouTube keeps telling me different numbers too. Yesterday it told me 245k, today it tells me 147, so I don't really know what it's doing. I think it might be as confused as me. As we head for Russellsheim Opelwerk. And we have semaphore signals. Lovely. And a 60 zone as well. I don't think it wanted me to acknowledge that, but I'm surprised because there was a speed down. As we roll into Russellsheim Opelwerk. Hello, Psych Records, how are you? Pretty sure I'm not at 10k, Fierce. I'm pretty sure I'm at 8. I'd be quite happy if I was at 10, but you know, I don't think I am. I'm okay, Psych. Hope you are as well. I'm trying to read the chat while running PZB. This is always dangerous. And driving a train and doing everything else. We're pulling into the car factory. Christine had an Opel at one point. She quite liked it. It died while we were in America though, because we left it up on blocks and we had high voltage power lines nearby and it kind of cooked it. So it was, its metal was coming apart. It's not cool. That and the guy that was renting our house stole and sold its wheels. Because he was an asshole. Right then. We do have a giveaway psych at 10:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. I will pick someone from the chat, and if they don't already have it on a non-refundable platform, I'll be buying for them Deluxe Edition. I haven't quite decided how I'm going to pick. I'm not sure. Right, off we go to Russellsheim. Hannah says that's why you should never text and drive. Yes. Rails has a very exciting moment where he goes, oh, like a porn star. It's the second time I mentioned porn stars today. Ask Richie. Southwestern says, I think this route... Oh, did I go over 45? You idiot. Being clear, idiot. Not you guys, me. Off we go again. This time we'll stay under 45. Honest. Southland says, I think it's something I'd love, but all the original comments about timetables and performance issues put me off it. The timetable's been fixed. As long as you're on Gen 9 or PC. It does still have its performance dramas here and there. It's not horrible, though. So, I mean, you're seeing it. You're seeing, this is what you get. So you're seeing a few stutters here and there. It is pretty much just what you get. So it's certainly not terrible. I hate it when I get ready to acknowledge PZB, don't need to, and then CIFA goes off. The button's all the way over there. First world problems there. Russellsheim, next stop. Those two stops are very close to each other, aren't they? Vital says they cut the fibre about 3 times in 1 month in the same location. People are absolutely crazy. They go and... Railways spend a fortune upgrading copper to fibre so people don't cut their lines anymore, and then people are so stupid that they go and cut the fibre lines and they go, oh, it's not copper. Oh, shit. And that costs a fortune to fix and has huge ramifications to passengers. So if you're a copper thief, you are not my friend, and get off the channel. Go on, piss off. Copper thieves are completely useless people. There is no excuse for it whatsoever. They are just antisocial. Right, let's catch up with the chat while we've stopped. Rail says it's crazy over an iPhone 17. Syke says I just discovered Biscoff this year. Taserface says, good afternoon, love your videos and pre-ordered TSW6. Looking forward to the Morristown line near Arrow 3. Just got into TSW of March this year. I remember when you did, because you asked a few questions. But, feel free to ask more questions. Can't really answer any TSW6 questions right now, apart from stuff that's been published. But very soon, I will be... I think... I've got 22 tutorials to do, so we'll see if I get through them all. I am redoing tutorials for ones that I've already done, because I just have this kind of suspicion that people will want to find TSW6 versions, even though the train's not changed. I think they'll want to see it on the new route, so I will try and get them all done, even though they're not new, but I'm definitely doing the new ones. Yes, PZB fun, Psych. PZB and Zifa. Zifa. As we go to Runheim. Listen, I assume that's how you pronounce that. Runheim? Ronheim? Ranheim? Someone from Germany will tell me. Getting some decent speed up this time. We can be brave. We'll go outside the train. The plane, boss, the plane. Green's all the way. Not a good tenant, you're correct. 6:30 in Chicago. Fair enough. DP says Soak. The simulator guy, hello. Wow, I have to stop here. Well, we're not doing that, clearly. We're not stopping at that station. Well, we'll just keep going then. It's fine. Perfectly okay. Nothing to see here. Let's just call that a Nebworth. Off we go to Kusterbeck. German safety systems are unforgiving. This is correct. They very much are. They're not friendly at all. They're actually the exact opposite of Germans, to be honest with you, because all the Germans I know are actually really cool people. I quite enjoy hanging around with my German friends. Taserface is playing the suffragette line. Vital Aspect says, tell me about it. Lord Vectron says they aren't my friends in general. Rails says there's a reported copper theft of locomotive traction motors. I've heard of that happening in a museum. I haven't heard of a live one. It's a bit hard to get hold of traction motors. Fears says, won't they pay for the cable theft replacement with our taxes? Depends. So in Australia, yes, because the rail company is a state body. So yes, it just comes out of the state coffers. But not everywhere is like that. Sometimes they're private. I think Network Rail's state. Copper is dear, indeed. Taserface says going to be an easy download to back the catalogue, about 10. Depends on your platform. PlayStation, it's a bit of a pain in the ass, but the other ones tend to go okay. It can take some time, though. What I'd suggest you, everybody who's getting it, do is before you start downloading, after you get to the period where you can play it, I would go and untickle everything that's not the TSW6 core stuff and your deluxe if you buy that, just so you can get into TSW6 quickly when the time comes. And then you can start ticking your stuff later. I, for example, have only downloaded the stuff that's layering onto 6 routes at the moment. Simulator Guys is excited for Thursday. I think a lot of people probably are. Just remembered I've got to record something for an event too. I can't remember what I promised to record. I know it was one of the new routes, but I can't remember if I promised to record Morristown or Riviera. I'll have to go and check in, see which one it was. We're actually going to stop at Kelsterpack. Isn't that weird? We're not going to Nebworth this one. Or if we were Tintin, we'd Oxenholme it. Syke says Holy 26, nice. Vital says I just started TSW this year as well. No commentary videos on my page. Very addicting. I like the DB ICE in the BR442. German stuff is fun. I've actually just bought Zeusy as well because, you know, I like torturing myself. Because, that'll do. Good enough. Good enough. because I want to do a tutorial for Zeusy for this thing. The Aussie SCR players, I wonder how much a good fast USB-C game drive. I would not try and play this game over USB-C. I really wouldn't. It will not work. It loads way too much stuff off the drive. You'll have a poor experience. You want to have at least SATA, if not NVMe. Alright, off we go to Frankfurt Flughafen Regional Bahnhof. 3 kilometers. How are we going on the map? Oh, yeah. We're going round the corner. Are we going to the... Is this the way to the airport? Something like that. Something like that indeed. Rail says stop. Volvo says, is this train fitted with Geusch Windgitsbriggense? I tried. I don't know. That was a lot to say to just say I tried, wasn't it? Okay. We did fang it. Fierce says no one saw anything, the service became express. Yes, very much. Very much an express service. It's good fun. What could go wrong? And we're late. What a surprise. Vital Aspect says logging off for now. See you around. Tune into your premiere later. I'll have a look at your channel, Vital. Rails says brakes are definitely burning up from harsh pressure. These are German brakes, though. What could go wrong? Everything's efficient in Germany. Lovely. My sub count is a music beat, 808. That's a kick drum too, isn't it? The 808. Ziffer. Southwestern's going to pay some Frankfurt S-Bahn. Lovely. The Aussie SCR player says, a short with someone who wants to know on the railway line, but the station master there's no train. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yes, that's English comedy, mate. That is very much English comedy. I don't think they'd probably do that these days, but that certainly used to be English comedy all over. Don't look now, but we're in a tunnel. As we come up to the regional Bahnhof. So what 6 feature are people most looking forward to? And I'm wondering if this train's going to stop in time. Feels like it might. I think we're going to be okay. Ziffer. In fact, we're going to be more than okay. I was just thinking, Rails, that the brakes on this train actually wouldn't have gotten all that hot from this stop because the brakes on the wheels only come on when you get down to about 5 kilometers an hour. Taserface bought the deluxe edition. Can you pre-download? No, you have to actually wait. If you bought deluxe, you can get it on the 25th, my friend. So that it will become available to you on the 25th. 26th if you're in Aussie. Volvo says they should have decoy copper for thieves to steal, but it's actually made from cesium-137. I like your thinking. What I think we should do with every communication cable is put a 1500 volt DC sheath on it. So as you're cutting through the sheath, it kills you. The simulator guy says, I think I'm going to drive Dresden-Leipzig first in TSW6. Excellent. Yes, Oxen no Homer. Very good, Richie. Frostfire says, hello everyone, how's it going? Welcome, Frostfire. Choo Choo on the Train says, I usually download everything in one hit. It finishes about the time end of my working day. Cool. Psych says, Cersei has pretty EMUs. Actually, do you know one of the ways you can tell if someone's using an AI voice announcer on their channel? It will say EMU instead of EMU. It'll say EMU or EMU. Always kind of funny. Is this acknowledged? No. But I can only do 100. Frankfurt Stadion, next stop. Sifa. Fear says, Taserface, if you have Deluxe, you get 5-day early access. You won't get your DLC early. You do on Steam. Only the Deluxe add-ons and routes. Wait until the 30th for the rest of your content. I think on Steam you will get your DLCs. On the other platforms, I think you don't. So it depends what you're on. This is a bit of a steepy, but I'm trying to watch my speed. Why would we speed up to 160 and then drop down to 80 again? Seems a bit silly. I'm going to believe what the signals told me. I'm going to ignore the HUD. Germans have a word for everything. Yes, they do. Volvo says it translates to speed limiter. Yeah, I thought it was a drum machine, Psych. Something to do with a drum. It's a kick drum, I think. Kick drum and a drum machine. Southwestern says random faults. 808 is also the cat in Hi-Fi Rush. Fair enough. I have slowed down too much. Way too much. Oh, we're going through construction. That's why it's 80. Okay. Simulator Guy is looking forward to the announcements. Southwestern is looking forward to flailing around confused. Fair enough. Lord Vectron says the feature is false. Michael says false. Aussie SCR player says even having a coffee. Fear says the only problem to have 6 announcements will sound off and take time to get used to. Well, you can actually turn them off. They will sound by default, I believe, in the cab of locomotives, but you can turn them off if you want to. I actually think I'll leave them on. I kind of think I will like them, but we'll see if that lasts. I think they could potentially, at least on this sort of train where you don't need more warning, potentially open the door for more HUD-free running, because you won't need a warning there's a station coming up, because you'll get an announcement. So there's potential for HUD-free, just based on announcements. Frankfurt Stadion. We're going right at the end by the looks of it. Hello, Cat. Welcome to the stream. Random events says announcements, says Hannah. Psych says announcements. Cat says win wonderful faults. Now, the interesting question about faults is how are you going to tell the difference between a fault and a bug in the game? Let me ask you that. Taserface says, darn it, every time I hear you say CIFA go off, I think it's my AWS. I keep hitting circle. Fair enough. Locking the doors. They're very quick here, these Germans. You don't get much time to get on and off. Let's roll. Frankfurt Niederrad. That's where you get your radiator fixed. Because you need a rad. Ha! There's a dad joke for you. Taserface is looking forward to Morristown. Sykes says the electric field might cause interference. No, not if you run it as a sheath, it wouldn't. Might make it catch fire, but it wouldn't cause interference. Only if it's a sheath. If it was down the centre of the cables, it could. But you want it to be a sheath anyway, because you want it to kill them before they get into the signalling cables. See? Self-punishing. I'm so mean. Cat says meow. Fair enough. Aussie says meow meow. And then what did I just say? Yes. Syke says, yeah, I caught that about emu on your other video. Yes. It's kind of funny. Actually, you know, I'm just thinking I'm using this controller. Whoops. Using this controller by the absolute bottom of the handle. I'm thinking I should use the top of the handle. It was actually something I was driving on the Heritage Railway I work on the other day. And the guy goes, why don't you use the end of the handle? It's so much easier. Why are you using where the handle starts? And he's quite right. Everybody knows I'm a fan of AI content. I have no objection to people making imagery in AI, like thumbnails and things. I got no problem with that. But I don't like people who use AI voice bots and stuff unless there's one person and one kind of person, oops, emergency brake, well done, that I'll accept it from. So there is an ambassador named Neil. Absolutely accept AI voices from him. He has a speech impediment, and I know he's starting to experiment with them to see about getting a voice on his channel. I actually understand what he says a lot of the time, but it does take concentration. So he started experimenting with them, and good on him. It opens a new door for him. But people who are just lazy, no. There are channels, for example, that put out 4 or 5 videos a day, and they write up a script, because it's not hard to write up a script. And it's all done with AI, and I don't like those. But your mileage may vary, of course. You're welcome to whatever you like. I went over 45, didn't I? See? Started to read the chat. Sigh. In fact, I could have left released anyway. Go on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. At least we don't have a penalty. As we head for Frankfurt S-Bahnhof, where we'll be going on to Vorarlberg next. Frostfire says, I hope more Metrolink routes get added to TSW6. Well, you never know. Matt used to live there, so it's possible. Southwestern says, yeah, if you're on Steam, I think you, or your DSE. I'm pretty sure you do. Pretty sure you do. I mean, I've got early, and I've got them, so I would suggest yes. Syke says, I'm looking for human qualities when listening to presenters. It's a good thing, I think. Taserface says on PS5 it does say release date's 25th. I don't know if that includes the back catalogue. I'm not actually sure, to be honest. I would check the FAQ and see what it says, but I remember last year PlayStation and Xbox, and I think Epic, did not have all their back catalogue in early access. Steam did. Steam had some challenges downloading it, though. I remember a lot of people had difficulties getting it to download. So we come rolling into Frankfurt. If it's going to explode, this will be where it does it. I'll put the frame rate on so you can see. So it's not too bad. It's in the 50s, 40s, high 40s, 50s. That's not too bad. I'm surprised I didn't have to acknowledge that. Very surprised. There is good news for Epic people, Fierce, so Fierce mentioned on Steam, PS and Xbox, you get early access. On Epic, people are actually going to get all their content now, which is really good. It looked like for a while there actually weren't, but that's not the case anymore. I don't think I've ever brought a service down into the hole. How about that? Come flying into Frankfurt, home of the hot dog. It's only funny to the rest of the world. Germans are probably sick of that joke. Why you? I quite like the tile effect on the pillars in here. It's quite nice. Wow! Is there enough magnets down here? Is there like 50 of them? I'm guessing I was going too fast then, but that's fine. I thought I was going slow enough. I was under 20. Should have been alright. But that's okay. This should be the end of this run anyway, I think. I think this is it. It is. Alright, let's catch up with the chat while we're waiting. Good for Neil. Love his collectible vids. I am running Frankfurt right now. Taserface. I think I missed a few people. Sorry. AI videos can't earn money on YouTube anymore, by the way. Really? Well, that's good. I don't know how they tell, though. Hat says, I enjoy talking too much to use an AI voice. Yes. Have you got a channel, Hannah? Let me go look. I didn't know you had a channel. Let me go look. No, it won't let me. Okay. Go to channel. There we go. New tab. Oh, I've subscribed to you. How about that? Okay. Well, that's that one done. Now we're going to go on to Vorarlberg. Southwestern says I kind of like driving to 423. The Aussie CR player says I really need coffee. We'll grab some. Is it just me or it seems like it rains constantly on TSW5? We ran that with weather turned on and it didn't rain. Don Rusty Rails said, oh, Don Rusty Rails, sorry, said you prefer this controller over the rail driver. Yes and no. I miss the Speedo and I miss having a fourth lever for the reverser for steam engines. I choose a route. I'm doing Vorarlberg now. I better tick these off or I'll end up running one again. Okay. Vorarlberg. Hope I've got installed. I do. Look at that. And we're going to do a Vectron. BR193 Vectron. Oh, we'll run the Frankfurt folder one. And that one will do. That'll do fine. And we'll leave dynamic weather on again. We'll see what happens. Richie says it won't be in the back catalogue, only Steam does. Oh, for other platforms. Okay, so only Steam will have your back catalogue in early access. Oh, driving a Vectron. It's been a little while. It's been a little while. Bear with me while I remember stuff. Master key. Cut the brakes in. Direction. Power should be okay by itself, shouldn't it? What have we got? Got a freight train. Okay, good. That means we don't need to do any of those things. It's a freight train, so I won't turn on AFB. We'll just drive it. Because freight drivers tell me you don't do AFB. Headlights, signal lights should be fine. And now we want some things. So I'm going to do that. And we want Buzz, Ziffer, LZB. Actually, it must turn on AFB or LZB wouldn't work. AFB's down here somewhere, isn't it? No, it's not. It's over here. No, it's not. Where's AFB? Oh, it's on the screen, isn't it? Okay. It's on one of these. That one.
RFB.
Did I turn it on or turn it off? I'm not sure. Now, headlights. That looks fine to me. So we'll just leave those alone. Power should be fine. So you should be able to drive. That should be all good. I think we're done. I think we are done. And I don't think I've put a lever on AFB. So we've got our throttle. AFB. So we can release the train brake and just leave it sit here on the electric brakes. That should be fine. Shouldn't roll. It's on the flat anyway. So we can probably bring this back to 0. And then we can set... Even though a freight driver told me they don't use AFB, I'm going to. And time to go. So let's give it some juice. Hopefully it'll move. Ooh, it's sounding promising. Ooh, echo. Same to you. Your Zook has been fluorescent. If we go to Lindau. Oh, I should catch up with this stuff. It seems like it rains constantly. Sifa. Richie says, the back catalogue, yes. Metrolink routes, Manchester Metrolink. Yeah, there's lots of Metrolinks actually. Aussie says, Epic sucks. Mean. Congrats on 8K from Frostfire, thank you. I run a 4080 Southwestern. I use a Supreme X, MSI Supreme X. They have... I pay a bit more for the Supreme X one because they have really good cooling. Is it R to make it go faster? Ziffer. And confirm, of course. It is nice to see Epic has a resolution indeed. Rails says he wants a Pacific Surfliner route. That would be good, actually, where AI voice generation fails in replicating normal speech like slurring or general cadence. Meta or other AI companies are using voice data to train them now. Don't use FB Messenger for voice. Yeah, it's mean if they're stealing your voices. Smash that Ziffer pedal. Ziffer. Oh. 9K to Lindau. Ziffer. Hannah says my German sausage jokes are the worst. Yes. The Drifter says hello. Aussie SAR player needs some Ventolin. Well, go and get some. And they really want you to stop before the signal says fierce. Yes. There was rather a large number of magnets in that one. Syke says what is funsy about the sausage. Richie Rouse thought hot dogs were from Hamburg. Hannah says I do, but it's empty at the moment. Ozzy says one more route, yay. Well, there's a few more. Syke says you do 14L at the bridge right before Newark Penn heading southbound. Only if there's a crossing, I would have thought. I would have thought you'd need to otherwise. I think being a big freight, that we'd be limited to 100 Ks. So I think I'll ignore that 120. Oh, it's not a big freight. It's only a little freight. No wonder it didn't struggle when it got going. Oop, bridge shot, bridge shot, bridge shot. There you go. Gratuitous bridge shot. Just got it. Barely made it. Whey, red signal. Red coming up. Wow, the Sifa sound was almost right on the frequency that the traction motors were making. I was listening to it going, is that Sifa? Sounds like Sifa. Taserface says, I like to get the Frankfurt route, but it's limited on PS5. Yeah, it is a bit, because it's got less services. You can run the same limited timetable on PC if you need to. I think some of the bigger routes, the memory limitations on the console just aren't helpful. Squealies, catching up with chat. Volvo says it's a group that built the Manchester Metro link on Roblox with Bury, Altrincham and Eccles Media City. Sorry, I thought it was always be awesome if they got together with DTG to bring it to TSW. There's some really cool stuff in Roblox. And I look at some of the stuff. There's a group of kids that I know, and by kids I mean I think the youngest is 14 and the oldest is about 20. They're doing some amazing stuff in Roblox. It's really cool. Richie says, I have no clue how these work. Fierce says, with German and US safety systems, just guessing and pray it works, you won't get tripped. Yes and no. Okay. Off we go. Maybe not that much throttle. As the brakes gradually come off, there they go. I kind of know what to do. Oh, we're limited to 45. I kind of know what to do with the safety systems. I'm not terrible with German signalling, but I'm not good with it either. We must be running behind a passenger train, I think. I think it was stopped in the platform up there, because we're going to be stopped in the platform too. So we'll just keep crawling in, let the signals clear. Fear says, with simulator guys have a small issue. I don't have enough room for both 6 and your back catalogue on the PC. What you might want to do is, in 5, reduce the DLCs you've got to the ones that you just want to keep in 5. So Peninsula Corridor, for example. So that you can keep the branded version. And then hopefully you'll have enough space. You don't have to download everything. So when it starts downloading on whatever platform you're on, you can go and manage it and tell it which things you don't want. And I will openly say I've not had any dramas yet with 6. But in an abundance of caution, I would suggest to people that you keep 5 on your machine, because if something crops up and it stops you playing, at least then you can jump back into 5 and play. While you're waiting for something to get resolved. It has been really stable though in the test runs. I had it running yesterday, but I was just running AI trains and just sitting in them to get the shaders compiled. We are definitely running behind a passenger train here. Hannah says, method for safety systems for beeps, hit the Q button. Well, in German safety systems, just acknowledge everything. Bushes, birds, trees, lights, signals, cars, just acknowledge everything and you'll be fine. Should I be nice to the pedestrians and stop before the crossing? Nah. Let's just roll right over it and block it. That seems like the right thing to do to me. I should probably bring my, my AFP speed back down, shouldn't I? To 45. Actually, let's bring it down to 40. And clicky clicky. That way I can give it more throttle. See you when you get back, Aussie SCR. Hope your coughing clears up. Southwestern said I've been brainwashed by safety systems. If I hear an alarm, I hit Q. What was funny was me was riding in I think it was a class 158. I could hear the AWS and my hand kept trying to find the button. The Aussie says, about that. Rails says, how far is Puffing Billy? It's about 40 minutes drive from me. It's a little bit quicker when it's fireman time in the morning. We are in monitoring at the moment, so I'm just going to let it go up to 40 and sit there. If you need more storage, storage is quite cheap for a PC and it's relatively easy to put it in, so certainly buy more storage. I would get SATA or NVMe SATA, the PCIe stuff. PCIe is better. If you... Hey, we've gone wrong route. If you need to use external storage, see if you've got an eSATA connector on the outside of your PC. I certainly wouldn't try this game externally with USB storage. It just won't be quick enough. You will have a suffering experience. I think we're limited to 70, so maybe we should probably do that, shouldn't we? Boop. Screen does say 70, I'll believe it. What's interesting is the HUD says 125, but the screen on the loco says 70, so I'm going to believe the screen on the loco. I think that's safer. Zephyr. Robert Slenders, will we ever get into driverless metro trains on TSW6? I hope not. That would be boring. We are out of monitoring, so we can speed up, I guess. Go up to 95, seems fair. Southwestern says, time now to do a bit of MML on the old 158. Nice. Bit of Midland mainline. Taserface says, you think it's fair that console users have to pay full price route even though we're getting less of the route than PC counterpart? Yes, because the development cost doesn't change. So the only reason you're getting less is memory constraints on the console, which is not something DTG can really help. Southwestern says the only painful thing about the 158 is the 10 decades it takes for the guard to close the doors. Yes. When I was on the Island line, after about my 20th trip, I just see the signal here is not completely green. After about my 20th trip on the Island line, I asked the guard if I could video him using the guard panel, and he goes, why don't you just do it? So I did. So that was fun. They're very friendly on the Island line. It's such a small railway, they actually get to know everybody. They greet lots of people by first name. It's a very friendly little railway. Back up we go again. Southwestern says, wonder if you still have the Roblox pic of you and me whilst dressed as the Grinch. Maybe. Do I want to admit to that? Maybe. Fierce says, what's your recommendation to get another SSD to install 6 on and keep 5 installed? Oop. What have I done? What have I done? Why am I locked out? Oh, it's breaking itself. Okay. Alright, I understand. I haven't done anything. It's fine. Train's fine. Don't panic. It's all good. I am locked out, though. Why am I locked out? Huh? 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 Hopefully we'll coast for 2Ks, so I don't have to figure out what's wrong with it. Its brakes are all off. But it's definitely slowing itself down. I think I need to reset it and try again. No, it has got a light brake on. I don't really understand why. It's not running LZB or anything silly. Weird. And now I need to slow down anyway. And it's not letting me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think my train's been taken over. What's going on? I don't know what happened to that. But it is 10:30. So how am I going to do this? I think put a message in the chat now if you want to be in the draw. Meanwhile, I'll try and reset this. Is it going to let me move? No, because I'm interlocked.
RFB. 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 Zugbeeinflussung.
Still interlocked. So the Aussie SCR player. Okay, what I'm going to have to do is, yes, I will do Wheel of Doom. I can't remember what it's called. Web wheel spinner. That's what we want. Wheel of names, random name picker. Pick a wheel. Spin the wheel.io. I think that's the one I use. That's the one. Okay, so I need to do a new one of those. And I confirm I want to do a new wheel. And I want to edit the wheel.
Störung. Störung. Störung.
Shut up. How do I change the names on the wheel? This one doesn't let me change the names. Okay. So we won't be using this one. It doesn't let me change the names. Pick a wheel. Spin the wheel. Inputs. Okay, good. Okay, let me start typing these in. Aussie SCR. Yep, this is going to work. Who else is going to want it? Psych. And Hammer. Volvo. V10M. Could be specific with that Volvo. Get the right one. Fierce. The simulator guy. I'll read all the names out in a moment. and make sure we've got it right. Make sure we're not missing anyone. Benjamin, Andy, Burbridge. Why don't I just, hang on. Let me just get this into the right spot, and let me share this screen while I'm doing this so you can see the names going in. Browser. I want to do wheel picker. There we go. So we can see stuff going in here. Who else wants to be in the simulator guy? I think I've already got. Yes. Benjamin, Andy, Frost, Fire. Look at that. My alarm's going off reminding me to do this. Robert Slender. Trooper. Southwestern. Fierce. So I've already got Fierce. Taserface, yes. She's Taserface, in fact. Taser X-Face. Transport East Anglia. Do you want to be in the draw? Bad guy, yes. So what I've got so far, that's a little too much information there, Aussie. Anyway, we've got the Aussie SCR, Psych, Hannah, Volvo B10M, Fierce, the Simulator Guy, Benjamin, Andy Burbridge, Fire, Robert Slender, Trooper, Southwestern, Taserface, and Bad Guy. And lots of ads. Don't like ads, but, you know, whatever. This is free. Amy, yes, you can join. Is anybody else wanting to join in the draw? So basically, Southwestern, was you already there? You're already there. So it's not too late. We'll wait another couple of minutes because I did say 10:30. So let me know if you want to be in the draw. The giveaway is for the deluxe edition of Train Sim World 6. I will be buying it on your platform of choice except for Epic because I can't buy gifts on Epic. So if it's Steam, I'll buy it as a gift. You'll need to friend me on Steam for the duration of me giving it to you. If it's Xbox, you'll need to friend me on Xbox so I can give it to you, or give me your email. Either is fine because I can do either. PlayStation, it will be a gift card, so you'll need to DM me on Discord so we can organise to get you a gift card. The gift card will be for 130 Australian dollars because that's roughly the price. That's the nearest gift card I can buy. So remember, to actually get it, you will need to make contact with me on Discord so we can sort it out, and we'll sort it out after the stream and get it up for you. That sounds wrong. Take that back. Sort it out and get the game in your hands. There we go. So I'll wait just another quick moment. While we're waiting, why don't we? I thought I had this here. Thought I had a source. Maybe I don't. I thought I had a source for the channel music, but I don't seem to. I can add one. Why don't I do that? Add a audio source. I've got to try and remember where it is now. Where have I put it? There? Ah, here it is. That's the one. Okay. I think it's playing. Yeah, it's playing the channel music. Let me turn that down. That's too loud. All right. I can't hear it, but you guys can. Is there anybody else who wants to get into the draw? So we've got, let me just run through the names again and make sure I've got everybody before I do it, and then we'll do the draw. So there's the Aussie SCR, Psych, Hannah, Volvo B10M, Fierce, the Simulator Guy, Benjamin, Andy Burbridge, Frostfire, Robert Slender, Trooper, Southwestern, Taserface, Bad Guy 89, Amy, and Don Rusty Rails. Rails wants to be in too. Okay. Dance Monkey says, psych. Pia says, I forgot how there's glyph clubbing vibes. The music is a local Melbourne composer named Hannah Silver, a good friend of mine. So look her up in YouTube. Is Chocky in there? No. Does Chocky want to be in there? Chocky needs to be here for Chocky to be in here. What about you, Josh? What about cucumbers? There's quite a few people I've seen in the stream who don't seem to be calling out that they want to be in the draw. So hopefully I'm not missing anybody. I did say I'd do it at 10:30. So this is your last chance. I'll wait 10 more seconds. Can you put him in instead of you? How about I put It's Josh in, and if you win, let's negotiate. Chocky. Pierce says, prank on Matt, have you? Have I pranked Matt? No, I don't think so. Cat wants to be in. There you go, you're in now, Cat. All right, I think it's time to do the draw. Let me run. Are we ready? Last chance. How do I make it draw? Spin. There we go. Smart, aren't I? Good luck, everybody. Who's it going to be? That looks like Fierce. Well done, Fierce. Well done. All right, Fierce, I think you're on my Discord anyway, but DM me on Discord and we will sort that out. In the meantime, we shall get back into the game. And let me kill this browser source. And let me kill Train Bounce as well. Knock that off. And where's the browser source? Knock that off, and let's get back into the game and see if we can figure out what's going wrong with this thing. Right. Now, what's gone wrong with this thing, do you reckon? Or do we just give up and go to the next one? Let's keep it moving. Oh, we're so close, though, aren't we? Look, we're almost at the bloody finish. I reckon. Let's do that old favourite. Let's reboot it. We probably want to put some brake on. Get that back to throttle off. Now let's key back in.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Okay. What's it actually saying? HL Druck off. Did we change voltages or something? Does this route have a voltage change? What's he doing behind me? I don't see a voltage change sign. Hey, can you come and help? I've busted my train. Why is that there? Surely there should be a signal protecting us. Yeah, that's a good point. Why don't I just turn AFB off?
AFB, AFB, AFB.
Off. No, we're still interlocked. And the brakes are still on. Let me turn off AFB.
AFB, AFB.
That's interesting, actually, because AFB was turned off, wasn't it? I think we're dead, because I've got no sound. Even though I can see we do have voltage. Interesting. When all else fails, reboot it. Now, where's the battery switch? Battery. Good. We shut down.
Zugbeeinflussung.
I think that just hit the wire. Yep.
Zugbeeinflussung.
No, just signal lights. Interesting, I don't have anything now, isn't it? I have nothing at all. No screens. I think I'll just accept that I've broken it and go from there. Oh, that made a noise. But I still don't have any screens. Oh, it's booting up. It's doing something. Let's give it a moment. Let's see what it does. It's definitely doing something. I still don't have any screens. Well, it's making noise now. It wasn't making noise before. This is a start. Let's key out, key back in again. Forwards.
Zugbeeinflussung.
I don't think it's as unhappy as it was. The screens still don't work, but that sounds promising. No, I'm still interlocked. Let's do a brake release. It's making noises like it's trying to move, but it's just not trying to move. Let's go and turn off all the safety systems.
Zugbeeinflussung.
See, it's alive. It's just not happy. Nah, it's not worth wasting time on it. Be nice to finish it, but whatever. All right, let's go back to... So we're doing an HST on Great Western Express now. Benjamin says, get out and kick it. Excellent. And I certainly did break it. Resetting to physics I don't think would help in that case because I think it's just busted, to be honest. I need to put some anti-slip matting underneath the controller. All right, choose a route. Great Western Express. Been a little while since I've on GWE. I can't actually think. So, ooh, Diesel Legends. 2016. That's got the HST. That doesn't, so I'm going to run the HST. Excuse my hiccups. Great Western Express. Newbury to Paddington. Why not? And we'll go with dynamic weather. What could go wrong? I think that went well. But well done, Fierce. And let me write down Fierce before I forget. So I hope you enjoyed TSW6, Fierce. Ooh, that's dark, isn't it? Right. Yes. Okay. AWS switch? No. Train supply. Windscreen de-icer. Spare. Headlights. Day headlamps and markers. I don't need to open the doors. Okay. AWS is not turned on. Master key. And there'll be a button for AWS somewhere. Turn on that. Turn on that. Acknowledge that. Instrument lights would be good. That works. Brakes off. Seems this is a non-stopping service. Don't even need to pick up passengers. Are we going to move? Oh, brake pipe's still charging up. We are going to move. Just we've got to wait for the brakes to come off. They're doing their thing. There we go. I think the remaster will be excellent. Percussive maintenance, says Josh. Yep, hit it with a hammer. That'd be a good idea. Expect the unexpected indeed. Yes. It was when I have to admit, when I first heard expect the unexpected, I thought, what's it going to crash all the time? And I said that to Alex and I got the filthiest look. Who would have thought innocent Alex could throw a filthy shade look, but no he could. Definitely. Definitely. See you later, the Aussie SCR player. Have a good day, mate. I hope you feel better. So we'll even be able to run this thing on Riviera, I think. HSTs. Don't think it's in the timetable, but I'm telling you, it's happening. The Class 125 will be doing 125 miles an hour. Oh, I forgot to do this for Fierce. Yay! I got that set up and all, so I'm just going to keep pressing it now. Because, you know, you got to have it. Have a good sleep, Hannah. It is rather late in the UK. Thank you, everybody, for joining in and waiting for the draw. Should probably do something about that, shouldn't I? Little DSD thingy. And a massive 70 mile an hour. The HST is an utter speed demon. It's funny, you know, when you drive along this route, it seems dim and dark, but there's not as much pop in as the modern routes. There's some, but not as much. Isn't that weird? As we head towards London Paddington with our cargo load of bears. Lord Vectron says they've released screenshots, assuming HST will layer in when the livery pack drops. Josh has a question about the Riviera. Will the GWE layers be on before the remaster or after? I'd have to go after, surely. I don't know though. Does GWE regular offer 166 and 43 layers? Yeah, I think so. The current one. I think so. We just saw the 166 there for sure. So I think so. Syke says cute. Fierce, yay, a cat with confetti. I suddenly have an idea for my cat and dog joint birthday. Whee! Transport East Anglia says HSTs are in the timetable Riviera line at 165. It definitely has the 166 in there for sure. I wasn't quite as sure about the HSTs, but if you're saying it's in there, I'm happy to go with that. You're still here, Richie. Shan's going to be mad at you because you're going to wake her up. Fierce says, my God, how is it almost 2 AM already? Lucky I don't have work tomorrow, so I'm fine, but still, yes. Well, I don't have work tomorrow either, because I've taken the day off to make tutorials for you lot. So we shall keep going. I'll try and pick some short runs to get this sorted, because I do need to do some stuff for the missus, and I also need to do lots of tutorials. So I prefer to do those during the day when I'm happy and awake, rather than running into the night when I get tired, because you know it comes off in the videos if you're not quite into it. It makes for a poor video experience. How come we've got passengers? I didn't open the doors. Why have we got passengers? I guess they were already there. Coming from somewhere else, I suppose. Fierce says, Volvo says, I'll be driving all sorts of Riviera if it comes out like I do with every UK route. As long as it's technically possible in real life, then I do it. Yeah, of course. Go for it. I have this... You can't... I'll be really clear that the steam lines aren't there, but I have this idea of, for a video, of planting a bunch of steam things around where the steam lines are. If you can. I don't know if you can spawn stuff on those tracks, but I'm certainly going to try. And just set it up like there's a gala going on. Because, you know, why wouldn't you? Richie says, Shan's awake too. You got distracted by my favourite game, Transport Fever 2. Oh, it's a time sink, isn't it? Look, I can't say I really like the game because it's a bit grindy. But yeah, man, you put a lot of time in it. Even for a game that I don't really like very much, you put a lot of time in it. I haven't decided whether I'm going to get Transport Fever 3 or not. Because while I tell people I'm not a fan of Transport Fever 2, I think I probably put more than 100 hours into it before I decided that. So, you know, it was interesting enough for that. Yeah, this route doesn't look that horrible even before the remaster, to be honest. I mean, look at the scenery, it's actually quite nice. It's not like Spirit of Steam where there's just nothing. Fierce says a 158 GWR would be nice, just saying. Should at least do one stream on Transport Fever 3 even if you hate it, just for trying it out. So in fairness, yes, that's true. Because, you know, I do kind of have a bit of a... I was going to call it a responsibility, but is it really that? Probably not really. But something like responsibility that because I do run a gaming channel, I should actually be open to playing games that maybe I don't like so much. As long as they don't crash my computer. So I don't play SimRail much, not because I don't like it, but because it crashes my PC. So, you know, what's the point of trying to stream that? It's only going to explode and end poorly. So I don't run it. But I should be open, and I do try a lot of new stuff, but I should actually be open to playing games that even I personally maybe don't like them that much. Because there'll be people who do like them. And at least I can talk about why I don't like it. Instead of just spending 4 million hours in Railroader. Shed! Saw lots of sheds. Do you like me looking around for a button there going, button, button, button? Because I've got buttons everywhere, because I've got another one here. That's plugged in too. Because, you know, I've got the TSC controller, but I do still have box. Which it won't show you box terribly well, but I do still have box. So, which is bumping the microphone. Box is a thing that I made, which is running a joystick controller and pretending to be a keyboard. It's a good thing. Richie says TPF3 will be really good. It will improve a lot of the chunky elements. Yeah, I think so. So I probably will give it a crack. I mean, I've agreed to give Zusi a crack, and I reckon I'm crazy to try Zusi. But at least I got it from, what's it called? CD Keys? It's not called that anymore. What's it called now? Loaded, I think. So I think I only paid about $13 for Zusi instead of the $3,160 that it normally costs. If you're buying games on Steam, make sure you check websites like CD Keys and things like that, just to see if you can get it cheaper, because often you can. Make sure it is your region, and make sure it's, if you're buying on that path, make sure it's a real key. Don't buy one that you have to log into an account to play it, because that's just crap. It's not in your library, it's in someone else's library. And Steam will cut you off eventually because you'll be swapping libraries too much and they will throw you out. So don't buy those ones. Just buy the ones that's a key that you can activate. Southwestern says my Transport Fever food doesn't even load anymore. No, mine still works. Hopefully all the Transport Fever 2 workshop modes will be ported over. I imagine that'll be up to the modders, to be honest. Whether they bring their stuff over or not. It is... I can't remember, did they change game engines? Because the graphics is really quite different between 2 and 3. So they might have actually changed engines. I'm not 100% sure why AWS went off then. I'm looking at signals. Signals seem okay. I'm looking at speeds. I just saw a 125 sign. So I'm not quite sure why it went off. Let's just power it on again. Party maximum. Psych says do a review and a tutorial because I keep looking at it, I can't tell if I would like it. It's one of those games, if you don't mind a bit of grindy action, then I think you'd find it fun. So if you... what's another example? If you like Warcraft maybe, or games where you have to farm, mowing simulator, if you like things like that, you probably like Transport Fever. Any tycoon games? Any of those, you probably like Transport Fever if you like a tycoon game. Amy says, don't play stuff you don't enjoy for doing it. That's when YouTube becomes a job. Yeah. I wouldn't play it a lot, but I do owe it to myself as well to try different things. So I shouldn't just assume that I won't like it. Amy says SimRail is good and I blame your PC. Well, quite possibly. I don't know why SimRail crashes the PC. I really don't. I have nothing against SimRail, and, you know, give it a try. It is actually quite a good simulator when it works. So, nothing against it at all. You do have to learn Polish, but, you know, you get over that. Wooshka. Tree Sim World at Iva. Iva what? Benjamin says plenty of sheds at Didcot. Lord Vectron says I find games like TPF2 involved. I just want to build tracks. I don't want to micromanage the whole supply chain. Yeah, I think construction, is why I like construction, is you can just build tracks and then who cares? You just move on to the next map. You don't have to run it. Just go and build another one. It's all good. I kind of like it. Expect a little bit more construction on the channel. It's just kind of fun. That was a very narrow platform to be flying past lots of people at 125 mile an hour. Well, 115 actually. I lie. We're going uphill. Syke says I should get an anime waifu sticker and put it on the box. My son's into waifu. The bigger the boobs, the better. He has waifu t-shirts and waifu drink cups. He even has waifu drinks. He's a weird boy. Vectron says, needs a simpleton mode where I can build and link and the AI handles the rolling stock and supply chain. I'm not sure about Transport Fever, but I think that's on the cards for construction. That will come. But yeah, that would be good, that it just... You make the lines and it just does it. That actually would be, I think, quite cool. And maybe let you drive the occasional train. A bit like the way Rolling Line does it. You can jump in and drive the train if you want to. Southwestern says, plus with the account, there's no saying as soon as it purchases, you won't change the account passwords, you can't access it. Yes. Yes, very much. Benjamin says, Instant Gaming, Fanatical, Green Man Gaming, and King Quinn are other key sites. Yeah, there's quite a lot, so definitely have a look around if you're in the market for a game, because you can save yourself quite a lot of money. And it's a legit way of buying the keys. Just make sure it's good for your region before you buy it. Southwestern Scenes, I think 3 is using UE5. Vectron has a huge vote of confidence for UE5 and thinks it'll be a disaster. I'm curious why you think that. Subway Sim runs UE5, it goes okay. So it should be alright. Richie says, I'm not sure on the engine, but hope the mods come across. Syke says, how come there are discount sites for PC keys but not console? Console people control their market too tightly, I think. The key, there are discount sites for consoles, I have seen some. And I've bought Xbox stuff through one of them as well. But the way it works on Steam is they usually buy a multi-region key from another region where it's cheaper, and that's what they're selling you. They're selling you that key. Gratuitous bridge shot. That's a bit bland. I hope that looks better in the real one. Are we being naughty? Why, yes we are. And we have to slow down soon anyway. Oh, there's a fence. That's something I really wish they'd fix in this game. Those patterns on vertical bar things, I hate them. is a Bakerloo. But they don't do anything on GWR at the moment, do they? They just sit there. Rolling into Londinium. Josh said a magnet for a diverting warning board, maybe? Yeah, I'm not quite sure why it went off. Fear says it's grindy management decorating with the community. There are mods for anything. Yes, this is true. And mods happening for a new version of a game. It's a bit like Railroader when the big beta came in. Some mods fell by the wayside, never to be seen again. And sometimes mod players can, or mod owners can do things that make them a little unpopular, like in Railroader, one of the mod makers has banned America, for example, because he doesn't like their politics. I shouldn't say he, could be whatever, I don't know what they are, but that person has banned America from their mods. Can happen. So, you know, if you build up a really high dependency on mods, be careful. I know why it's going this time, it's a speed sign. Not that the speed sign was actually there or anything, but at least I know why. Bing. That looked like a German signal. Just seeing the three lights staggered like that, it looked like a German signal. Confusing. Syke says learn Polish with Duolingo. Yeah. I'm really bad with other languages, to be honest. If people start speaking them around me, so I actually know a little bit of Spanish, but only because some of my friends speak it. I know a bit of Greek because my wife's family speak it. Come on, give me some throttle. There we go. Lord Vectron says because Steam allows developers to generate wholesale keys. I don't think it's just developers. Sometimes it is dev keys, but often it's because Steam's very differently priced in the different regions, but often the key you buy will work anywhere. But that's a bit variable, so that's why you've got to be careful it'll work in your region. You're not just throwing away money because you can't use the key. Southwestern says all the platforms are blocked off these days. That makes sense, so they don't get hit by a passing train, which would kind of hurt a lot. Got another diverge coming up. Should be fine at 40 mile an hour though. Syke says, and where did he learn that? Fierce says some sites do PlayStation and Xbox keys, but it's only £2 off or something. I think Xbox keys are more common than PlayStation keys because, you know, Sony is Sony. They like to control things. I remember when DVD players came out, for example, you couldn't get a multi-region player for Sony. But a lot of the other brands just went, yeah, we don't care about regions, play whatever you want. Whereas Sony were a little fanatical about it. Lord Vectron says pretty much all UE5 games released in the last 12 months have launched with awful performance. Well, Subway Sim's okay. And UE5. It did have some texturing issues when it launched, but they seem to have sorted those out, and they've sorted out some of my pet hates from this game too, like track shadows. And they've also sorted out the narky stuff that happens on fences. So I know it can be done. We're almost at Paddington, and then we will be hopping over onto Boston Providence for a bit of American action, and then we'll come back to Peak Forest with a Fowler pusher. I think we might do. I think you can get. I'm trying to remember. I think there are actually services where you get onto the back of an AI train and push it. So maybe we'll do that. Sykes says, way back in the day I paid one of those gamer sites to go on my GTA 5 account and glitch me money. I've seen people do that with Roblox. Roblox is in a bit of trouble around the world at the moment. Because they don't police their in-game currency and how it's handled, it's actually used by pedophiles to groom kids. Because kids want Robux, and if they're not getting their Robux from wherever, and pedophiles say, hey, do this for me and I'll give you some Robux. And Roblox aren't policing it at all, and they're getting in a lot of trouble around the world. Out you get, you recalcitrant scumbags. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. They're slow, aren't they? My experience with trains arriving into a terminal station in the UK is people just erupt from it like a little volcano, and all these ones are just all getting out one at a time. One of them's even walking back the other way, so they can go somewhere that way. Well, Sykes says, like an exchange rate exploit. Look, kind of. You can buy Transcend World 6 in Argentina is about 45 Australian cents. You can see the pricing on the SteamDB site. Fear says the Bakerloo line is meant to be central, and I presume they do the 484 for D-stock in refurbished. I believe so. Unbranded. Southwestern says it's generally really cool to see the GWE in real life, with the 802s and 800s speeding past at 125. I rode some of those. And Fear says, I really hope TSW adds working CCTV like Subway Sim 2 at some point. UE4 is really terrible at that sort of thing, but UE5's quite good at it, so just bear in mind though, moving from 4 to 5 would be a new game, because that port's just too much. You'd have to build a new game. You couldn't just let it stand. Is this ever going to finish? Come on, tell me to shut the doors. Vectron says Borderlands 4 launched on UE5 recently, and even with a 4090 5090 getting 4K 60 without DLSS and FrameGen is impossible. $4K 60 is a big ask for any game, really. Because the average player, I think it's still 1080p. So, you know, everybody's aiming at that. Actually, let me look at the Steam hardware survey. Display resolution. So, let me put this here. This is the August 2025 survey. Let me just turn this on and show what I'm talking about. So, most people are NVIDIA. Most people are running DX12. Good. PC processor, AMD and Intel. That's getting pretty close, actually. I think that's because Intel kicked themselves in the nuts so hard recently, I guess. CPUs, Mac hardware, VR headsets. So this is the most popular stuff. So most people are running 11, 16 gig of RAM, so that's still not a lot. I run 48. CPU speeds, no, it's not so unusual, I suppose. So 6 CPUs. So most people are running an i5 or equivalent. That's what that says. Video card description, 4060. So the most common video card is a 4060 with 8 gig of VRAM. And this, so primary display resolution. That's what the games are aiming at. 1920 by 1080. 54% of people have that. 20% of people run what I run, which is 2K. And bigger resolutions, look, there's almost no one. You look at these ones, like 4K. That's 4K. Only 5% of people. 5K, almost no one. I actually run 5K. Because that's my resolution, 5120 by 1440. That's people with a Samsung G9 Odyssey. So, you know, that's what they cater to. They cater to the average. All right, me and you, let's go on to MBTA as promised. Sykes says if they build it, they will come. Sykes says I'm driving New York Trenton local stopping service in anticipation of the new US route. I had the craziest ATC access signals until I passed the train. Yeah, it gets a bit mental sometimes with ATC. All right. Is it? It's not actually MBTA, it's Boston Providence, I think. Boston Worcester, Boston Sprinter. That's what it's called. That's the one we want, isn't it? I think. Boston Providence HSP 46 timetable, which is the better one. And he did want the HSP 46. That one. Boston Sprinter or Boston Worcester. I can't remember if there was any changes between the two, but let's pick the Boston Worcester one in case there was. I'll run... Yeah, why don't we go to the Stoughton branch? I haven't done that for donkeys. Let's do the Stoughton branch. Fierce... Sykes has already read a news article about that. Fierce says also banning the guy that was finding and reporting pedals while working with the police on it. And Roblox banned him and sent him papers. Yes, that's pretty shit. It really is. Because, you know, when someone's calling out that you're being a donger, maybe it's just time to accept that you're being a donger. No, not reading lights. Gauge lights. Lights and headlights. Dim, that's fine. Front marker lights, yes. Alright, that's all fine. Let's unlock the doors. And we want to turn on our safety systems. There are switches somewhere. Are they behind me? An alerter. Access. Is the HEP on? I think it is. I think the HEP's already on. It's not on here, is it? No, it doesn't look like it. Where are the switches? Are they in there? No? Is there a panel behind me I can open? Ah. There we are. And I think that's everything. Everything else looks on, doesn't it? It's always funny when you'll be sitting there screaming at your screens while I do that, and I'm 20 seconds in front of you, so I've already done it by the time you start screaming at your screens. Oh, did I unlock the doors on the wrong side? I think I did. I think I unlocked the doors on the right. That's not clever. Alright, let's see if the brakes work. Yeah, they seem to. good. Just sit here on the independent. Or the direct air brake, as a lot of people call it. Fear said, I've never seen Paddington this empty, even including Lisline. Yeah, Paddington's chockers. Every time I've been there, it's been totally full. I did see a guy teabagging Paddington the bear, which was kind of disgusting, but kind of funny as well. Lord Vectron says, I've been 4K 60 with RDR2 since the 2080. Yeah, but you're weird, Lord Vectron, compared to the rest of the world. Rails says, Roblox has never really caught my attention. Give it a look, Rails, because there's probably some really good local content for you. Maybe even things like Metro, because no one cares about branding in Roblox. No one gives the slightest crap. They just make whatever they want. It is time to get the Flock. Is that running the sequencer? It is, isn't it? Can I have some power? A little bit, maybe? A little bit. I only want a little bit. Why am I getting no juice? I betcha I have forgotten to do something like that. That would be why I'm getting no juice. Okay. I'm getting juice this time. So we will eventually move. There we go. Lovely. I did forget the Genfield rails. You are absolutely correct. 3060, 4060 are the most popular, and even Borderlands 4 runs like horseshit on those. Eh. I know I'm unusual with a 4080. I mean, I've looked at newer cards, but there's just not enough difference to justify buying it, to be honest. So I'll just sit on my hands until they're cheaper. Because why wouldn't you? So we crawl our way around to Boston Back Bay. It's enough Beelzebub. We should open some windows, shouldn't we? It's a warm day here in Boston. So we head towards Stoughton. Lovely place, Stoughton, I'm sure. Never been there. Quick little break before ATC bit me. Vectron says the state of AAA gaming is a shambles and they're pricing gamers out with these unoptimized games. The worst offenders are UE5. I think people are probably still learning UE5. Do I agree a lot of things could be better? Yes. I would love it if people were as responsive as the Subway Sim people, because they did a really good job of responding to people's issues quite quickly. And I think it went from when it launched to for some of the services were not playable for a lot of people in hardware combinations, and they went from that to being quite good about 2 weeks. Which is pretty cool. I'm ignoring the HUD, just so you know. I'm following ATC and Axis, I don't care about the HUD. I should just turn it off, actually. I don't need it on this route anyway. I know where all the stations are. David Magnus says, hi everyone, I'm playing TSW5 for the last week and playing a Boston Printer route as well. I'm driving near Cellar. Nice. Well, those will work for you when you get TSW6. TSW6 comes out in early access on the 25th for a lot of the world, 26th for Aussies. Even if you're not planning on buying the paid upgrade, do yourself a favour and get the free starter kit. So that, or free starter pack, I should say. Because even if you don't install that, if you just let it sit, is fine. Because then when a route pops up that you think you might want to have in 6, you won't have a paywall to get to it. So the free starter pack's only going to be free for 6 weeks this time, till about mid-November. So make sure you grab it, pop it in your library. Whether you install it's completely up to you. Welcome to Boston Back Bay. The doors will open on the right. The doors are unlocked. Rails wants me to turn on the rear marker lights. Aren't they on by themselves? I think they are. Yeah, see? They're on by themselves. You don't have to do anything for those. You did in the early days. David Magnum, hello. I'm playing two stereo. Oh, we talked about that. Sorry. Yeah. Sykes says hepatitis B. That was a vaccine in grade school. And A and C, depending on where you live. Fierce said for random events they should make it so you have to reset fuses like headlights or heaters, doors, etc. They kind of have. You'll see soon. You will see very soon. I think I just did the horn sequencer again. Never mind. All those deaf people will forgive me. That's just kind of funny, isn't it? Watching them all mill around. All the very close cousins there. You'd think this was Alabama and not Boston. Why they all look the same. Lord Vectron says, I haven't followed Subway Sim. Smaller devs and indies are the future. The big studios are losing it. I kind of think that's actually true, Lord Vectron. I have noticed the smaller studios give more attention to their community than the big studios do. And because of that, they're getting a greater share of income. And if you look at some of the games that are around, not going into names because it's nothing to do with trains, but one that literally just broke Steam and broke the internet, that's a very small indie studio. Not only that, it's a small Australian indie studio, and they've got the biggest game in the world right now. Quiet, you. Which is pretty cool in anyone's book. Not Jade, let's roll. There wouldn't actually be anybody on this platform at this time of day anyway, but just in case. You automatically knew which game I was talking about. Fair enough. Yes, it is Silk Song. Subway Sim is by a smaller dev, by the way, Lord Vectron. Big publisher, small dev. So I can't wait for the inevitable collapse. It's Josh, PlayStation pre-installs on the 24th, baby. Well, that's good. And so I'm excited, but I'm not. I'm not excited. No, clearly not. Syke says, oh my god, the bell on your train in my one ear and the bell on my train in the other ear are nearly in sync. Excellent. Rail says, not on the cab car, I meant the HSP's 46 rear marker lights. Why would you put the engine's rear marker lights on? Off we go to Route 128, Track 1, imaginatively named for the freeway that goes over the top of it. It's Josh said Silksong is goated. Should I admit I've never played it? Should I? Ooh. Once again, ignoring the HUD. Don't care. Silksong had an issue with the Chinese translation. Apparently reads like a teen wrote Shakespeare. They listened and will fix it, they said. Well, that's because the Chinese market's huge, so why wouldn't they fix it? Don't underestimate the Chinese market. It's massive. Why is it cold in here? Is my heater turned off or something? Oh, it's pissing down with rain outside. That would be why. It's Josh says I got Hollow off the PS Plus and I loved the heck out of it. Cool. I should probably give it a try. It's not really channel material, but you know. Vectron says same with Larian and Baldur's Gate 3. During EA they listened and action community feedback and it was the best game of 2023. Exactly. The game companies that do listen, funnily enough, do better than the others. Some will do really well simply because of their existing market size, not because they deserve it. It's only a little shorty train today in Tree Sim World. Wait. Wait. Oh, it's because I'm going too fast, idiot. Come on. Come on, we're there. Right, good. That brake action is going to slow me down a bit, but that's okay. Get some power back on in a moment, and it's releasing. Volvo says OMSI was done by a small team nearly 15 years ago in 32-bit, and other developers still struggle to speed it. Yeah, it's a good game, OMSI. It's a little bit hard to get into. I ended up doing some sessions in Discord with a friend who plays it to get into it properly. But once you know some of the tricks, yeah, it's quite good. Fierce said OMSI is great with all the people who develop routes and so talented and the routes are great. There's even a Sydney route. It's a bit weird because it doesn't really reflect Sydney because I know Sydney and I do a turn and go, hang on, that road doesn't go there, but you know, whatever. It's good enough. Josh said small studio also cuts the other way. They are only game in town and don't have to listen really. Cough, cough, void. Are you thinking about this one? DTG do definitely listen. I think sometimes they don't listen enough. And that needs to come. I think it's getting better. And I think the Epic thing is a good example. A few of the more prominent community members, including ambassadors, jumped up and down about it, and something has happened. And I think had we not done that, I don't think it would have got very far. Richie Rao, yes. In a word, yes. I didn't want to call him out because I didn't want every man and their dog contacting him thinking that they could get help from the guy. Because, you know, that happens. I think we will roll the rest of the way to Route 128. There's that train that's always there and never moves. Oh, yes. Yes. Come on. There we go. That was a bit of a meaningless speed drop. I'm guessing a train crossed my track and is no longer on my track. But we'll just roll now anyway, because we have to stop shortly. Richie Rail says it's battering it down with rain here as well. Josh says, ready or not, I was thinking of actually. Okay. Look, Vectron says, DTG for me kind of screams skill issue. I have a hard time believing if 100 plus devs and the quality of performance of the game is very ordinary. Look, I don't agree that it's very ordinary. It runs pretty well. I mean, look at it, I've got this capped at 60 FPS and it's doing fine. It's not an issue. But are there things where they could do with some outside expertise? Yes. Because as new people have come in from outside, we've seen some large jumps in the game. I know passengers are still doing dumb things, but their actual caricatures are much better now, and they brought in a people guy. Their feet are the right way round, for example. Who has ever noticed that their feet were often on backwards? Anybody ever notice that? I did. And they were, a lot. Don't know why I jumped on the brakes quite so hard then, but, you know, it worked out. It's just stopped raining. It's just grey again now. So we'll see what it does. Richie says, my bad. Lord Vectron says, especially for a older engine on modern hardware. Yeah, look, I do genuinely think the game does okay. I don't think it deserves a lot of the criticism it gets. It does deserve some of it. Absolutely, yes. Oops, I should be stopping. A little bit of a rough stop for the people in the back, but whatever. It's their own fault for having Route 128. Let's stay here behind the sign so we don't get jostled. Minimum application's what I want. Fear says, anybody else just starting to have anti-tree vision in TSWs who don't recognise the spawning in of them? I always see them. People know I'm not a fan of that. That was one of the things I called out that aren't going to be fixed. And maybe at some point they'll get someone in the game who knows how to do shadows better. That would be cool. Because I'm sure it can be better. It's just not. It's Josh says, Void are starting to make realistic SWAT tactical, and they only listen to a niche area of the community, and they have a mantra, a game for everyone is a game for no one. A bunch of asses. Yeah, and there are certainly companies like that. Vectron says DTG seems stubborn. I've heard Maddie's players shouldn't rely on the HUD and seems to refuse to add more assists to make it easy for new players. Well, I don't know, that's quite accurate, because if you look throughout TSW5, we've got the new driver's assist was brought in with 5. It's only started working about 3 months ago, but it's there. PZB assistant came in. I know he does think people shouldn't use the HUD, but I also know that he accepts a lot of people do, and you'll notice he always runs the HUD when he's streaming, because he wants people to see what he's doing and understand what's going on with the train. So I'm curious what's happened that makes you think that that's the way he feels about it. Where do you think you get that from? Robert says, do you think that a Aussie route will ever be developed? I know there's a small audience, but iconic views of the Sydney Opera House and Harbour from the Harbour Bridge would have universal appeal. I think it could happen. It's going to take a third-party developer. I don't see DTG doing it. We've got to come off at the branch shortly, don't we? Canton Junction. Oh, we've got a little while to get there. I really don't see DTG doing it. I know they do have an Australian license for one operator, but they don't have the other major operator on that route, so they probably won't ever do it. I won't tell which one, because they've never announced which one it is. So I keep trying to push groups like New Zealand Train Sim, as an example, to start building for TSW5. They would build New Zealand first if they ever did. What am I putting brakes on for? I want to release the throttle. I think a lot of Australian devs in train work are in trains. They either work for Oran, or N3V as it's called these days. Oran does still exist too, by the way. Or they're just normal developers working in trains. And we'd need to convince a few people to come over to the dark side to get it to happen. Do I think it could happen? Yes. There's a lot of talented people. The other thing that I think might stymie Australian development is there is so many Australian trains in Roblox. And Roblox is a lot easier to build for. So that might stop people coming to Transcend World. If you haven't looked for Australian trains in Roblox, I definitely suggest you do, because there's tons, and they're quite good. I should actually stream more of them, because I do play a few. Vectron says, only if a third-party dev takes the initiative, unsure how licensing would work for it. Sykes says, how were views on that video? Just curious. Which one? Fierce says it would be cool if TSW were to have an Ice 3 Neo that they could do an unbranded Eurostar version for Southeastern High Speed. Or a branded Eurostar if they could get the branding. You never know. We must have something in front of us if we're limited to 45 here. Or there's a bug, one or the other. It's Josh. Wayside assets aren't ideal for HUD-less driving. It depends on the route. Brighton Mainline I can drive HUD-less. Birmingham City, Cross City I can drive HUD-less more often than not. I do alright on that one. Trenton I can drive HUD-less. These routes, because you've got ATC and Axis, I could turn off the HUD on the left. I don't need it. The track monitor's enough to show me the stations that are coming up. So, you know, we'll see. Vectron says from Reddit forum chatter. Okay. So is that forum chatter from Matt, or is that forum chatter from other people? Because there are an awful lot of negative people on the forum. It's a concentrating place for them. It is interesting to me that not many of them have made the jump to Discord. And I think that forum is... oops, I should put some brakes on. I think that forum is going to become quite irrelevant very quickly. Is that train on my track? No, I don't think it is. Or is it? No, it's not. It's on the other one. It's alright. So I really do think that the Dovetail forum's going to become completely irrelevant. Probably in less than a year, I would say. It's just going to disappear. It won't be used anymore. Because most of the populace from there have jumped over to Discord, apart from the wankers. Josh says missing speed boards, stopping boards, and PSR boards. Yeah, look, it depends on the route. Some of them are really well populated with signage, and some of them aren't. But a lot of routes like this one, real life, there are no speed boards. Because you're expected to follow ATC and Axis. So you have to know the route for the permanent speed changes, and you have to know to follow the system. You have to trust it. Let's try and actually get the wheelchair carriage on the wheelchair block. That'll do. Choo Choo on the train says the only NZ places you could build a route for are Wellington and Auckland. Well, there's probably others. Like, Inter Mainline's quite successful in TSC. I don't see why you couldn't build that in TSW. Oh, the things that won't get fixed video. Let me have a look. One of my shorts has gone mental. Things that won't be fixed. Well, the things that annoy me in Train Sim World, it's had rather a lot. Come on, let me scroll it. 1,729 views, which does prove that if you're a negative ass, you get more views than if you're positive. But one of my shorts, YouTube keeps telling me different things for this short, so I don't really know what's going on with it. I've seen it with 250,000 views, but currently it's showing me 178,000. But I got an email for them before congratulating me on 200,000, so I don't know what's going on with it. It's going up and down like a bloody yo-yo. So, you know, whatever. It's fine to have formed your opinion, Lord Vectron, because, you know, you do play. Josh says, you could do any number of the freight lines in the North Island. Yeah, you could. Vectron says, and the fact that my eyes TSW hasn't changed much. No, it hasn't really. 11-year Chuck hissy fits because he doesn't know how when to brake and miss the stations. That's not really the game's fault though. Because it's more simulated than game, it's you need to know. And if you watch the track monitor, I mean this thing up here, up there, hang on, up there, up above me, there, you can see where the stations are because it's quite in your face. That little blue marker. This where you come rolling into Cunton Centre. Fears can drive the Bakerloo hutless. It's quite easy in the tunnels and then easier overground. Yeah, Bakerloo's a good one. It's actually interesting. They've never released any stats, but my Bakerloo videos, just generally speaking across the ones that I don't have a special purpose, so sometimes I'll make a video deliberately to get views, like that thing that annoys me one was deliberate because I wanted to highlight what the community felt, and now it's got that kind of views. I can show that that's what the community feels. But my Bakerloo ones generally get more views than anything else. People like Bakerloo. Alright, that should do there. That should put the wheelchair thing actually on the wheelchair block, and it has. Good. Yes, I should run the bell. I keep forgetting. Sorry, Rails. Yell at me. Robert says, Roblox to me looks more like a kid's game, does not have the realism the TSW is also applies to trains. That's changing. Right? Definitely in the early days, Roblox was just kids, but now there's some really serious simulation. Have a look at British Railway. That one's awesome. SCR's pretty good. The Puffing Billy one that they've been building is getting a lot better. So there's a ton of stuff that is getting very, very realistic because, I mean, those kids that started out building kids games are growing up and the capabilities of the platform are changing too. These gates won't close again, sadly. Lord Vectron says the forum are all old boomers. Yeah, a lot of them are. There are younger people there as well, but not so much anymore because they've gone to Discord. Sequence, it doesn't flash the dish lights, I've just noticed. We'll just pretend that crossing's working. Ding, 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 ding. Look at the gates, they've all come down now. Ding, 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 ding. Trains is also, they struggle, in my opinion, to make up their mind what they are. So Trains started out as a model railway simulator, a little bit like Rolling Line. When they first came out, it was definitely a simulation for model railways. And it sort of morphed into a real-life simulator in a half-hearted kind of way. I think routes like Orbost. Orbost is a good simulator route. It's actually been done really well. The trains are good, the route's good, but it's certainly not universal, I'll go with that. Their new thing on Xbox, which reminds me I should spend some more time on that, based on what they've released rather than what I've seen, because I can't talk about what I've seen, but based on what they've released, it's very gamey. So they're switching back towards gamey. I don't know. I guess they do what makes them money. That's what they want. Lord Vectron says it's your nephew. Shut up. Oh, don't stop me. Cretinous train. Fine. Fine. That wasn't ATC, that was me failing to acknowledge the alerter quickly enough. And now we've got a 1-minute penalty. Yay! Well, I can catch up with the chat. There's a positive side to everything. Choo Choo says, it's Josh, then you would have a green version of the US freight routes. Huh. New Zealand is pretty green. I'm going to go with that. Fierce says the forums are not good and full of people who just want to blame their life problems on the game or hate life and complain about anything possible. There's a bit of that. There is some genuine complaining in there as well, but there is a bit of just everything's terrible. This timer will go off sooner or later and then we can move again. Oh, PCS open. I'll have to go into handle off, won't I? Into suppression. PCS is now closed. And I should be able to release the brakes. Can. And it's raining. Yay! And I don't have a switch for wipers on my thingy. Wipers. 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 There you go. Lovely. Vectron says, I prefer the form for it, easier to follow threads, Discord is a mess. I'm trying to get Alex to turn threading on for Discord, and then it would work a lot better. But Discord, it can be a little hard to keep up with it. It does move very quickly. Syke says, hence the winky face, thought it would happen. Fierce says, there is no ramp or stairs and a big disability ramp at the last station. You dump them on there and stranded. Absolutely. I like doing that. Gratuitous bridge shot. Because you have to. Terrible defaults. Let's just do that one. Come on, do it. Go. Good. Josh says, is there a way to have track monitor and not the rest of the elements? Yeah, you can turn them all off in settings. If you go into settings and HUD and gameplay, funnily enough, you can turn all the different bits and pieces on and off. You can have whether you're displaying HUDs or not. The track monitor is separate to the other HUD. You can turn all sorts of stuff on and off. So go and experiment with the stuff in there and work out what suits you. Richie can't believe he's still awake. Neither can I. What is it, 3 AM for you? I'm glad I picked the Stoughton branch, and we're almost done with this one. I'm going to do a short one on Spirit of Steam, because then I'll have some lunch and do the tutorials, because I can't believe I'm still streaming. It was 4, honest. Syke says, yes, we do like Bakerloo. I mean, there is a lot of like of Bakerloo out there. It's fine. I should just make nothing but Bakerloo videos and get millions of views. What I should do is make Bakerloo videos saying why I'm pissed off with Bakerloo, and then I'll just get tens of thousands of views. That was pretty well timed for a change. Vectron says, I don't have a problem, but I'll be dead in 15 years. My nephew will be in his 20s and a future customer. Well, I hope you're not dead. You're not that old. Vectron says, the game pisses him off now. He isn't likely to pick it up later. Yes and no. Do you want to make it gamey or do you want to make it simulatory? That's the question. Me, I kind of prefer it to be where it is. It's not aimed at kids. The Thomas stuff is. What does he think of the Thomas stuff? Those carriages were way too brightly lit then. Rail says most engineers have seen don't really turn the bell on either, so it doesn't matter. He used to get mad at me for it. Josh, yes, you can turn all those things on and off on console as well. Rail says auto when the bell's on, at least for MBTA, RTD commuter rail in Denver. Yeah, some locos put the bell on automatically and some don't. Transport East Anglia also awake. Oh, thank you for hanging around. I hope your days aren't horrible tomorrow. I hope you're doing something else and you're actually playing a game as well, because it is quite late for you guys. You'll end up with jet lag because you watched in Australia. Don't want that. Yeah, they definitely are there, Lord Vectron. Those settings are the same on console. I run this setup on Xbox, so I know they are. 3 a.m. for Richie, Fierce, Southwestern, and Transport East Anglia. Wow. Syke says, master plan. Syke says, and start putting Greta's face in thumbnails. Yeah, I could do that. She's always like this, though. Such an angry little person. Southwestern says, say you hate the route. Every video you say how much you love it so much. Yeah, I could just say that I really hate this thing. I can't stand it. It's terrible. And then just keep playing. Then I could be one of those people that downloads every new route and plays it and spends 4 hours complaining about it constantly and keeps playing it. It's the ones that play for less than 2 hours, you know they're probably refunding it. And then the ones who play it for longer, they're not, they're just complaining. We come crawling into the dead end at Stoughton. Benjamin is also still going. Lovely. Richie's still on Transport Fever 2. Lord Vectron says game can have a grip and rip mode without wheel spin and 300% braking. Look, not every loco has got good physics. I'll give you that, Lord Vectron. Game versus simulator. Forza Horizon's on the same engine and physics as Forza Motorsport. They just increase the grip. Yeah. It's what you want out of the game, I suppose. The bad guy says I've got roughly 13 years for life expectancy, giving it's probably about 50 the way I've been going. Well, hopefully not, mate. Hopefully not. I think everyone deserves to last a little longer than that. Hello, people of Stoughton. How are these points set up here? Are we going to go into the disabled platform or are we going to go into the loop? I always think it's funny when it goes into the loop because that means anybody in a wheelchair can't get off. Your world needs a lot of TLC, Richie. Lord Vectron says game can estimate a stopping distance for trains and have a marker to start braking like a racing line. Yeah, there's a lot of things you could do, but it would be less simulator then. We're going into the loop, so sorry wheelchair people, you're not getting off today. And I don't honk for this one, because I've watched videos, no one does. Look at that bloke sitting on his bags of concrete. So this is funny to me that we're going into this loop. Because that does just mean that the wheelchair passengers simply can't get off the train. No matter what. Left side, isn't it? Watch that first step. It's a pisser. Well, that's for our friends on the Stoughton line. Yeah, the setting should go fine for you, Josh. Richie says, it's a cash grab. Of course it is. It's always a cash grab. But you got to do this, though. It's a cash grab. Yeah, says the shill. I always think it's funny when people call us shills. That's just funny. Anybody that calls me a shill clearly doesn't watch my videos. Do-do-do-do-do. I just thought of something I can't tell you about. But it's really good. I'll tell you about it when it's in 5 days' time. Sorry. No, it's just something I noticed in Trade Sim World 5 then that's different in 6. Right, what are we doing? Peak. And we want to do a Fowler service. And I think we wanted to do a pusher. So load the hoppers, collect and shunt wagons, drive this light loco, Tunstead Quarry. I think there's some where you're the pusher, but maybe you just have to run the 7. That's not very helpful. So what we might need to do is pick the 8 and deliver limestone from Peak Forest. So that's got banking. Yeah, that's all we want. If I'm their hype man, Vod Vectron, God help them. Bad Guy says, I really don't have a problem with TSW. My problem is more or less size around the pricing model for certain regions, because certain regions kind of get the rough edge of the stick. I think that's pretty true for games everywhere. Now, have we got... We have got the little fowler on the back. And I kind of think from memory we have to drive this too, so... And brake release. Put the... Where's the small ejector? That's on, okay. Let's give it a little bit of reg. We'll give it about 20%. Hopefully the cocks are closed. Yep, cocks are open, but we'll leave them that way. That's fine. Let's pop back into our train now. And small ejector is open. Let's release the brakes. Give it some of the good stuff. Oops, I should have put the reverser forwards first. And the little fowler's already pushing me. Let's push harder on the fowler. Where are the cylinder cocks on the fowler? Is that them? There we go. Isn't it funny how you have to drive both? Do people know that? Do you actually have to drive both of them? I'm not trying to use the TSW thing with these. In fact, I really should stop the thing because it'll interfere at some point. Josh says TSW isn't a catch grab by any stretch, but DTG makes some truly ass-backwards choices sometimes. Oh, they do. They do make some clangers. I mean, look at this route. It spent so much on this route, making it really, really pretty, and it didn't sell. They didn't get the market right. But for me, this is one of my favourite routes in the game, because it's bloody awesome, but, you know, I'm this much of their market, not that much. I love that you can bank, but did they ever explain that you need to drive both locos? No. But you have to. And they did get one thing wrong in the banking too. When we're out of this tunnel, I'll show you. The one thing they got wrong in the banking is that should not be coupled. Because banking engines don't couple up, they just push. And I can't believe it's working that hard and its safety valve's going off. Yay, TSW steam. That guy says, can we please get a slider on console? I've begged Matt for 7 years now. Be good. Be good. Be good if the console screens were fixed as well. A field of view slider, you mean? Yes, I'd like a field of view slider on PC too, I really would. I wouldn't care if it got a little bit curvy. Wouldn't bother me. You can do it, by the way, if you use a head tracker which works on the console, you actually can have it. Richie says I can tell him. Yeah, alright, I will. I'll DM you. Lord Vectron says, when consoles are allergic to FOB sliders, players request it for every first-person game ever and devs never implement it. Well, we don't have it here either. And I agree, it's really, really, really good thing to have. Fia says, technically anything is a cash grab. Well, look, in some ways, yeah, of course it is. They want to sell it. Rail says, I saw the train lean, so of course they do lean. Just tell me you don't notice it. No, they do lean, rails, but they're on canted curves. Vectron says you might have missed the point I was making. Those aids can be toggled to player preferences like you can in racing games. No, I don't miss the point. I agree the game could have them. But, you know, it just depends what they want to aim at. And that's not what they want to aim at. Could they? Yes. Should they? Look, I don't know. I don't actually think it'd be that much effort, but what I'd suggest is go and have a chat with Matt, and I would frame it from an accessibility perspective, and if you were to talk about your nephew perhaps being on the spectrum, for example. Then I think that you'd probably have a chance, because, you know, he loves his accessibility stuff. So I'd spin it that way, Lord Vectron. In fact, I might have a chat with him too, but that's how you're going to get that through. Vectron says the Jubilee was a workhorse, but they're slowly boring. Yeah, they're not a speed queen, that's for sure. Volvo says, Fireman put some thermite in the box. Ooh, that'd get exciting. Robert Sender says, love Peak Forest Steam too. Unfortunately, the constant priming is very annoying. Oh, the safety valve's going off all the time. It's just bollocks. I would prefer they did what they did in Thomas and just get rid of them, to be honest. Vectron says, okay, organise a Zoom call. I'll get my nephew to try and play the game. But that might be a good way to do it. It says maybe driving too hard for some users. I think in the way they are, yeah, possibly. But in the way that they could be. So this guy's not even going to help anymore, so we're just going to go into full forwards. And we're going to reopen the cocks. Because the banker doesn't need to help anymore. Because we're pretty much there. This guy will have to work a bit harder now that the banker's not pushing. Vectron says Matt seems like a busy bloke, so I feel weird I've just cold messaged him. No, he asks people to do it all the time. So do it on the forums or do it on the Discord. Just have a bit of an idea of what you want to say, and get that through. Sorry, brother, your safety valve's about to pop like crazy. Transport East Anglia says altogether the TSW6 core routes, locos and Dresden Rees are included be £165, but we get it for 60. Yeah. It's still difficult for people to afford that 60 though. So there's no pretending it's not. Because there are people who are struggling currently and there are people who aren't, and that's fine. My family is fortunate to have 3 out of the 4 adults that live in this family working. And that works for us. Be great to have all 4 working, but, you know, life is. Shovel, you mad thing, we're going to stop. You really want to pile the coal in now, because we're going to stop. Yeah, just keep... No, keep going, boy. You should keep going, mate. Don't listen to me, no. Don't show me your ass. It's funny how I drive steam engines with mice and I use this beast for everything else. I haven't got this working properly with steam engines yet. I've had a couple of cracks at it. I haven't been that happy with the outcome. You need to help. Oh, we've gone too far. Alright, let's make the objective work. Hang on. Maybe this guy can help too. Oh no, we're stopping anyway. But we could have got in and made him help. There you go. I think that'll probably do for today's stream. Now, Fierce, if you haven't already, jump on me on Discord and let's sort you out. I don't think you have as yet. So, actually, let's see if I know you. Fierce doesn't find anyone, so, how do I share me? Is there a way to share me? Let's turn off streamer mode. You should be able to just message me as Train Simulator Driver. Yeah. Assuming you're on Discord. If you're not on Discord, we can probably work something out, but Discord's just easiest because I don't have to give it my email or anything like that then. Alrighty, that's it for today's stream. And yeah, DM me in Discord, tell me what platform you want, and we'll get it sorted. Thank you very much for joining in, folks. It's been an absolute pleasure today, and this is it for Train Sim World 5. So, yeah, chuck it in the chat. Bye-bye TSW5. We, I could see myself at some point. I think you just did, yep, I've got you, Fierce. Awesome. Perfect. I think we might see Peninsula Corridor in TSW5, potentially. in the future. I think that would be useful. But yeah, it's been fun, and goodbye to Train Sim World 5. So we will see you on Wednesday night. I won't do anything Train Sim World on Wednesday night because there's just too much chance of buggering it up, showing you the wrong one. So I just won't. I'll figure out what I'm going to do, chuck any requests in the stream requests in the Discord, that's fine. And we shall see what comes for Wednesday. Next Sunday will definitely be Train Sim World 6, I think. Yeah, looking at the date. Yeah, definitely next Sunday will be Train Sim World 6. And I'll figure out which ones I run. Be fun. All right, enjoy yourselves, and thanks everyone. Great to have you in. And we shall see you on the next one. And congratulations again to Fierce PDW for winning the deluxe edition of Train Sim World 6. So I'll sort that out behind the scenes with them right now, and we'll get it sorted, and off we go. So have fun, enjoy, and as always, we shall see you later. Bye.